Thank you. Appreciate
it. So that was
all right, and that's it.
governing
Sorry.
body member
If you end it now, I promised you wouldn't see him.
Body helper Gary Bro receiving a rather interesting
Rick, you got
welcome at the international airport in Sao Paulo.
Make a liar out of me.
I believe this footage was taken just a matter of days ago.
Rick, are you there? Can you end it?
Certainly surfaced on social media within the last couple of days. And in fact, the clips that you've just seen are from an Instagram.
Is it stuck? There we go. Well, at least it's off.
Hold on 1 second, Eric. We're trying to stop this video.
Yeah, you got it. It's gone. Well, anyways, guys, I didn't come through for you, but it's all good. The reason why I'm showing this video, and I know people have seen it like 100 times, is because the text for December 23rd, 2023, it says, "It is Jehovah your God you must worship." Matthew 4:10. Come what may, we are determined to obey Jesus' words above. Today, many follow charismatic church leaders. Enthusiasm for such men sometimes borders on idolatry. Idolatry, huh? Do you guys see that with the video that we just saw? And I know it's old, but they're saying that enthusiasm for such men sometimes borders on idolatry. It gets worse. People pack their churches, buy their books, and donate heavily to the causes these leaders promote. Some individuals hang on to their every word. It is hard to imagine that these churchgoers could be more excited if Jesus himself were to appear to them. In contrast, true worshipers of Jehovah have no clergy. Okay. Although we respect those who are taking the lead, we accept Jesus' clear teaching. All of you are brothers. We do not idolize men. What was that? What we just saw? Was that not idolization of men? Anyways, I'll continue. And we do not support, we do not idolize men, whether they are religious leaders or political rulers. And we do not support their causes. Rather, we remain neutral and separate from the world. In these areas, we stand out as different from many groups of professed Christians. This whole article or daily text is just so offensive. And the reason why I played that video, and I'm sorry, audience, that with the Lloyd Evans situation, but it was the only way for me to find the video and remind us all that these men are worshipped. I mean, our Joe and Fran's kids and my family are shunning me and worshiping men, these 9 fat guys in New York, instead of having a loving relationship with their family members. And it absolutely is idol worship. Look how they were greeted. These guys are keeping you down, and they are controlling your mind, hurting you and your families, and they get treated with the red carpet, whatever country that they came into. And basically, someone says in the comment section, "Oh, it was Joe and Fran. Israelites did it. What's wrong with idolatry? Hey, look at the golden calf." JW.org is idolatry. It's become, that's a symbol. And I've seen somebody put JW.org on the golden calf from a Watchtower picture or animation or whatever artwork. And they were bowing down to it. And that's exactly what it is. They've replaced God. Every time you hear Jehovah, what they really mean is the governing body, the organization. In fact, they even say it, they blend it together. But I just thought of the huge hypocrisy. What was another point that they said? In these areas, we stand out as different from many groups of professed Christians. How dare you? how dare the governing body and the elders and everybody decide who is worthy to be a servant of God? They talk two sides out of their mouth or out of their butt every time, because you either got them telling you that they always tell you one thing, but then they say something else and it means another thing. It's like they want their cake and eat it too. They never make any real sense. Some other things, let's see here, that they say they have no clergy. I mean, they have a whole governing body. They have clergy. I mean, they just don't call it clergy. They have a whole structure of where men have different roles and men have different responsibilities, I guess, and different knowledge depending on how high up they are. But I found that so hypocritical, and they keep doing stuff like that in the daily text. They never seem to really encourage people anymore. It's just the amount of control that they're trying to put upon the people. And that's why I said that we're in a great decline. The Watchtower is in a great decline right now. They're about to bleed out a lot of members. And I think one of the reasons that when David called Rick's show earlier, that he fails to understand is that the reason why that it's such a big deal with the beard policy changing is we're not just like picking on such a small thing when there are other big things. You have to understand that these people have controlled us so much, and every little thing that we do, that it is ridiculous that we're actually talking about beards. You know what? Like, I don't know about y'all, but I used to think it was ridiculous that the original apostles were fighting over circumcision, skin on a penis. I mean, come on, you know? But now look where we are in 2023, and we're having debates whether we can have a beard, something that God made grow naturally on us. It's just I see the Watchtower falling apart, and I'm not going to get too spiritual or too religious, but it feels like if you believe in God, it definitely feels like that God is not letting them succeed, and he's messing with them. If ever the governing body were inspired by God, it's right now, and he's damning them because they're making stupid decisions. I could see how it's a possibility, maybe a conspiracy theory, that Tony Morris did not agree with all these. These are a lot of changes happening. I know Tony Morris personally. I don't think he would be happy with all these changes. He's like an OG Jehovah's Witness, original gangster. He's not going to see. This is the problem. They're causing the divisions even within their own ranks. I believe that that's what happened, because why would they bring two guys in to replace them? But anyways, who knows? I know there's a lot of conspiracies with that, but that's some of the things that I came up with this. I'm seeing desperation from the text. I did like I think I highlighted 4 of them while I looked at them, and I only wrote 2 of them down. It's also interesting that the governing body waxed up on their disfellowshipping on the daily text. It was in there once to twice a month for 2023. So far in 2024, I've made it to March, and there's only been 1 discussion of disfellowshipping. So it's boring to read this stuff, and it's probably boring to read it to you guys, but I do it because I'm showing how desperate they are for control. I've said this all the time, and sorry for being a broken record, but it's I think it's Princess Leia that says to General Tarkin, the tighter that you get your grip, the more star systems that will slip through your fingers. And that's exactly what's happening to the Watchtower. They're trying to do damage control. All of this is damage control. I even think that I think that me personally, that Reddit and YouTubers and Facebook and all kinds of people telling their stories and talking about the beard situation. I think we live rent free in the governing body's minds. I think that they're bothered by what we say, and when something starts to make sense to them, and they're like, there really is no biblical proof, and it's causing problems. I think that's why they got rid of it. And I think they are trying to be a different religion. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that they would ever get rid of the disfellowshipping arrangement? You know, if they did that, that would be a nail in the coffin. You'd have to understand that there would be such mixed feelings about it. But the Bible warned us about people who cause divisions. And I tell you what, I have to agree with Rick that I think that we're about to see major division from beards. It's that big of a deal. When my wife and I saw that in the morning, we both said to each other, "This is almost bigger news than the other new light that they have coming out," because they're actually admitting that they had no biblical proof for this. You know, if there's anybody on the phone line that has anything to say, come on in. And I do want to make a little comment, and I don't even know if Pixie's listening, but I interrupted Pixie on Joe and Fran's show by accident because I got excited from someone from my area in Rhode Island. And I apologize. Anytime I realize they do something or be rude or hurt some, or just talk over somebody, if I realize that, I apologize. So I apologize, Pixie. But anyways, that's what I got a little bit. Let me look in the comment sections and see if anyone has anything to say. They're off the rails now. No going back. Yeah, amen to that, ICU. There is no going back from this. Basically, every decision that they make, it's just another bad decision. I think even Anthony Morris thought that. He probably thought, I know I'm just speaking in speculation, but I'm just thinking that he probably thought, guys, this is going to kill us. We just have to, we'll lose whoever we lose, but if we start changing policies, we're not going to have a religion anymore. And I think that's what's happening. They're unrecognizable. I mean, I wonder how my dad feels about being able to have a beard now, if he'll have one, if my mom will let him have one, because he's always wanted a beard. And anytime we went to Vermont on vacation, I think we went for 2 weeks one time. He had a nice old beard going, And my father enjoys living off the land and starting fires and cooking. And he's been kept down from Watchtower. It made him a jerk, but what are you going to do? I'm hoping this wakes up a lot of people. Anybody on the phone lines that want to call in? I hear a little noise in the background.
Hello.
Whoever's first or wants to be first, go ahead.
Yeah. Is there anybody else there? My first, or?
Go ahead then.
Always to you.
And we'll let the next brother come in next. What's your name, sir?
Okay, I'm Ken Starzik from Michigan here.
Okay. Hey, Ken.
And I didn't call in tonight that much because there was so many calls come in and so forth. I listened to the program we had tonight for interest, but I think that there should have been more order and organization to it right now. First of all, we have to stop and think about these, not only the Watchtower Society, but other religions. Some of these doctrines are man-made doctrines. Now, let me tell you about like clothing and so forth, and I don't want to mention that other word because it was mentioned too much tonight, but they start out, let's stop and think for a minute. They start out with customs of the country. No matter, even this day and age, you go around there, the dress code isn't the same, the appearances isn't the same. Generally speaking, it's close and all that, but every time you go to a different country, I mean, there's different types of clothings and different style and so forth, and we have to keep that in mind. And another thing we have to keep in mind, too, that the Watchtower Society is full of man-made rules and regulations. They put themselves above the laws of God. They put themselves above the laws of the land. They put themselves above our constitutional rights and so forth.
They sure do.
But they can enthrall somebody and they can, do what they want to them and so forth once they become members. And I mean, we just can't have that. So if we keep that in mind and we do more research and put some more order and organization of some of these issues, we can wake up like a lot of us did. We take a look out there and we see these church doctrines and rules and regulations. We know they're not from God or whatsoever. They're from man.
Absolutely, they are, and we're learning that, and they're teaching us that. They're showing their members that, like, hey, we had Bible or we had policies that weren't Bible principles. That's another thing that I think is huge. It's not just about the beard; it's about they kind of admitted that they were wrong, that there was no biblical proof for this.
Oh yeah.
But yet they give, and I think it was. Go ahead.
Comment now. Now, I never was a witness, but they come over to my house on a regular basis, and they used to teach about their spiritual leaders and everything like that, wearing long hair and big long beards and everything like that. Hey, take a look in the book, and I read it. It is there. Under Jewish law and so forth, they were required to keep their beards trimmed and their hair trimmed and everything like that, and they cited that. And so I would agree there. So there we go. That was customs. It's like, what did I say earlier? Customs of the country and so forth. And so Watchtower Society and their prohibitions and their rules and regulations, man-made, has nothing to do with any spirituality or any divine being or anything like that.
Absolutely. And they're proving that to us. You know, no one can tear down Watchtower quite like themselves, huh, Ken?
Yeah, they're doing a good job of tearing them.
They're doing a great job of it. We don't even, all we have to do is put light on something as apostates, then they get freaked out and cover it.
Yeah.
And if you're listening, governing body, probably not, probably more of Rick's show, but if any of your goons are listening, y'all are dumb. You deceived us. Yeah, good for you, but we've caught on to you. We know your tricks. You got none left to give.
Yeah, I've made it a lot of times in the past when I was on the telephone. I gave an invitation to them, Watchtower, if you're listening, would you kindly call in and explain this doctrine to us? They never did, and they never will either, but we give them a fair invitation, so I think Mr. Farron has too. He said, well, if you want to call in and talk over these issues, we'd be glad to have you, but they never did, so.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Ken. That's a really good point.
Before I leave here, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. That means a lot, I think, to the ex-witnesses and a lot of people and so forth. Despite
I never celebrated Christmas, but I appreciate it. I do, because now I tell people Merry Christmas. I've shed those nasty beliefs. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't celebrate Christmas either, these holidays. I'm just here all alone, but I don't have any objection to somebody else celebrating it. And as a matter of fact, I like to go around town and so forth and observe the nice decorations and so forth and everything like that. But I don't go out of my way to celebrate any kind of holiday. So
I love your accent, by the way. You're totally from Michigan.
Yeah.
The only thing I haven't heard you say is "don't you know." I'm only picking on you because I'm a Rhode Islander and we don't pronounce our O's. We say wicked doc.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, well, hey, it was nice talking to you, and I'm going to keep listening here for a little bit. So you have a good
Ken.
night.
And if you want to come back in later on, you got another point to make, come on in. You're always welcome. Thank you, brother.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Eric?
Yeah, you're on with us. Go ahead.
Eric, if you're talking to me, this is Stephen. I just had a thought on the question you just asked, which is, would they ever change their policy? And my answer to that question is they will definitely change their policy if there's enough money involved and if there's enough potential loss of a positive view of their organization. If there's enough governments or states that get involved and say, hey, we're going to take away your charitable status, you won't be receiving money. If they do that kind of thing, they will most definitely change their policy. The only problem is they'll word it in such a way that the JWs will continue to do what they do, which is shun people. They just won't say that it came from the governing body. They'll just say their conscience won't allow them to talk to certain kind of people. So essentially, nothing will change, and then they get Watchtower off the hook, but people will continue to do what they're doing.
Yeah, I agree. It's just change after change. Now like who knows what's next? You know, what do you think would be a next change that they would make?
You know, we were talking about that earlier on the Anne Marie show. We were saying we should get a projection whiteboard up and start writing potential ideas down. One that comes to me right off, and this is going to sound silly, but I mean, why can't sisters wear pants? You can go to any corporation. I know female CEOs, they wear suits sometimes, and then they'll wear slacks and or pants or even pantsuits sometimes. It's totally respectable. Nobody thinks twice. Why is that not allowed in the congregation? So I think that's one really easy one that they could do that I think the sisters would enjoy. But I do think on a serious level, I do think that they will start to make some adjustments to the chanting practice and or the blood practice. And again, like I said, they can frame it and word it in such a way where that gets them off the hook from a legal standpoint. And the witnesses will continue to not take blood transfusions and die, or they'll continue to show people. But I do think they will make some slight modifications to those, but it really won't have any change in people's behavior.
Yeah, that's a good point. The blood could be the next one. Some people say disfellowshipping, but like if they did disfellowshipping, that would be a checkmate for them. All bets would be off. I see a complete revolt if they got rid of the disfellowshipping arrangement. It would be retarded for them to do that. It would be a stupid chess move. The blood doctrine, yeah, they've already tailored it from their understanding of it with blood fractions acceptable to now just straight up blood. It's possible, but if they did that, I don't know which is the bigger deal, the blood doctrine or the disfellowshipping arrangement, because people lost their life from the blood doctrine. I mean, that's more serious.
Yeah, I would say
that's a legal issue, because if they admitted that they were wrong, isn't that a legal issue? Can't they get sued?
They wouldn't admit that they were wrong. What they would say is that the governments all over the world are coming after us, and for that reason, we have to make an amendment to that. But they'll word it in such a way that the witnesses will read it and say, no, we're still supposed to, we're still not supposed to take blood transfusion. That's what I said. It gets them off legally, but the witnesses will continue to do it. Now, I think the other ones, they will see that, and just like you said, there'll be a mass result. I think the old school ones, they're going to continue. I don't think anything Watchtower could say would dissuade somebody that's been in this cult for 30, 40, 50 years. I just don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, too much invested to be able to think. I was talking to somebody, in the case of point, Eric, I was talking to somebody last week. They're in their 70s, and I had brought up a year ago about how Watchtower had been a member of the United Nations. Now, they came from the generation when Watchtower used to just rail against the United Nations and the Catholic Church. So when I said that, this person said, oh, no, they would never do that. Did you remember the things they used to say? And I said, yeah. I said, I was the reader for the Revelation book. I read every word of that book for both of those congregational, or not congregational, book studies. So yeah, I remember what they said, and that's why I was shocked. Oh, I never believed that. So I sent her the link. Never heard anything effective. That was a year ago. So I got a call last week because somebody that we both know, unfortunately, had passed. And at the end of the conversation, I said, hey, you asked me to send you the newspaper article about the Watchtower being part of the UN. That was a year ago. I never heard back. Well, I'm not even going to. Something like that would ever happen. I can't believe that something like that would ever happen. And on and on and on it goes. So this is what I say. So this is why I say I don't think it matters whatever you say. It's not going to change the mind of somebody that's been in it for that long because they're just too invested.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the sunk cost fallacy. They're too invested. you've kicked it into their minds, beat it into their minds over and over again not to have beards, and now all of a sudden it's acceptable. My wife and I were talking, and my mother-in-law, her mother, is very mentally ill. It's not an insult. She just is. She's very mentally ill to the point where it causes her physical illness. And even a psychiatrist told her that he said that your mental illness is causing you physical illness, and it's because of the Watchtower. But she has a big problem with people with beards, and she gets into this little thing where she starts to shake, and it's almost like she goes into convulsion when she's bothered by something. She's very bothered by homosexuality. If she thinks that somebody is gay and they're her waiter, she won't want to eat the food because he might have AIDS. Like, this woman is really sick, and this is what Watchtower has done. They've created fear mongering over things. They've created a situation, you know, where people live in fear over the smallest, stupidest things. There was a comment that I wanted to read with you that was in the comment sections. If I can find it, it was good, but I might have passed it too far. Okay, here it is. Tim T in the comment section says, I think probably a softening on homosexuality because a lot of that community is in the JWs, and it actually is. I don't know if they would do that necessarily, but who knows what they're capable at this point, because they know that they're dying, and I think that money talks, and as long as they get subscribers, that's really all that matters. It's a good point, Tim T.
Yeah, you know what, Eric? Something you just said reminded me of something. When you were talking about your mother-in-law's fear of somebody with a beard, when I woke up, I didn't even know that there was an ex-witness community. I didn't know that there were all these videos. I never heard of Rick Farron and Six Screens and any of that. I just happened to stumble onto this stuff one day. And I think the first channel I stumbled on was the one that you played that clip from earlier. Just like the other thing, whatever his name is. Sorry?
It was Lloyd Evans.
Yeah, thank you. And I totally, I was doing research on 607, and that's how one of his videos popped up, and that's how I, found out about him and found out about this entire community. And the thing that I struggled with for a couple of days wasn't that he was saying the things he was saying because it was totally true. It was because he had a beard. And it was just a struggle to listen to somebody who seems to know what they're talking about. And he talked about, being an elder and all the terminology. So I knew that this was a person that had grown up the way that I did. But what was the struggle was this guy had a beard. And it finally clicked in my mind. It's like, you don't reject the message because you don't like the appearance of the messenger. But this is how we are in this organization. Oh, somebody has a beard, they're worldly. Somebody has a beard, you can't trust them. And that's how it was. It took a while, like I said. It took a few days before I could kind of get over that and get past that. And then I realized that what he was saying was absolutely true. So it is really amazing how Watchtower really programmed us against that. Now all of a sudden it's okay to have it. It's just unbelievable.
It is. It's the hypocrisy of it. And when Tim T was talking about what was it? Oh, the homosexuality part of it. I'll add this to that comment too, to go back for a second. In the video of the governing body update, they say that the scene of this world is changing. They use that, right? But they also use the scripture, "Don't be fashioned over the system of things." So which is it? Now, the scene of this world is changing. Let's admit, this is not offensive comment, everyone, but let's admit homosexuality is on the rise. The LGBTQ community is on the rise. With that said, why would that not be accepted? If you're going to say that the scene of this world is changing with beards, right? And let's face it, it's changed a long time ago. Tim from Australia made a good point on Rick's show, which I wanted to add. I was an auto body painter for just about under 20 years. And at one point, when I was disfellowshipped, I grew my beard out like it is, and I was still working auto body. And guess what? The the mask that you have, it does not work with a beard. It doesn't. You smell everything, you taste everything, you get everything right into your lungs, because you need the suction. And what I did was eventually, well, I already had one. I worked at a place that had a clean air filtration system from their compressor, and I had a full face mask, a hood with, you plug it into the compressor and you get clean, cold air that blows right into your face. So that eliminated the problem. Now, the reason why I bring this up, because Tim from Australia made a really good point. In World War II, and they show the picture, the governing body shows the picture of like, see how people were shaving, you know, around 1940s, but they were showing World War II, and they were showing, Tim is absolutely correct, that they were showing military men shaving because the gas mask was not working with the beard. You have to have, and I know this, with a 3M respirator, even a full face mask, you have to have complete suction. You cannot have this in your way, this big long beard in your way. It won't do anything. So what they were doing was propaganda through that video, because beards have always been acceptable. It just depends on the person. I mean, really, what they're saying is the hippies were rebellious, but the hippies were rebelling against the Vietnam War. I mean, it's a straw man's argument. It really is, and I don't know how you feel about it, brother, if you're still there. But anyways,
I feel the same way. And the bigger issue that I look at is what they're admitting is that what you look like, your personal appearance, how you're dressed, and all of that has nothing to do with your spirituality. And we've been saying that for forever. How many people, for example, the last Kingdom Hall that I attended, there was a brother there who was he was amazing. He was one of the most intelligent brothers I probably ever met, spoke multiple languages, played musical instruments, didn't even own a TV. His idea of fun was to sit around and do math problems. And then you talk to him, and he was extremely nice, down to earth. And he was the one that if you were maybe having like a Bible study or even just a discussion with somebody, he was that heavy hitter that you'd like to have in a discussion to help you recall points. But he could never serve for all these stupid reasons. Oh, he didn't get enough field service time. Well, man had to work just like everybody else. And all these other guys, once they become elders, you know, they don't put in the national average. They used to use things like that. And then I know that he had problems with the shaving bothered his face, so that was just another reason for him to be kept down. So he would never be used, and he would have made a wonderful elder. So it's just amazing that now they're admitting that these things have nothing to do with your measure of spirituality, but yet they were the ones who made that the measure of spirituality for all these years.
Exactly. A good point. They're the ones that made the measure, and now they're redacting on it, or enacting on it. They're like, oh, never mind. New light, move on, and don't be upset about it on either side. I don't know if Rick, forgive me, I don't know if Rick showed the whole part of that video. He probably did. I was in and out of it. But they say that you shouldn't be upset and say, see, I was right all the time. And they also say, yeah, I think he played it. They also say, don't be upset for the ones that said I supported this all along and now it's changed. They're telling you how to feel. They're showing that this is a high control cult, that they own your mind. They are telling you how to feel. They are telling you how to think. There's a new light that wasn't passed around in the organization, but only in the background, that you cannot cry for a family member who has been disfellowshipped. And just so I can make it clear to the audience, because they keep talking about Lloyd Evans, minimum, someone said, to donate is $100 to him. I by no means support this man. The only reason why I showed the clip was the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Do you understand that? I understand. Like I've actually got into wars with Lloyd Evans. Him and I had a really nasty debate in the comment section of one of his videos about vaccinations, and I tore him to shreds, and so did someone else. But he helped me wake up, because I didn't know about Rick Farron, and I appreciate anybody that has at least tried to, even if their intentions were bad, at least they tore down Watchtower. He did a good job of it. he's washed up now, and I don't want to talk about Lloyd Evans anymore because this wasn't what this was about. All I wanted to do was just show how the governing body are deep into idolatry, and it's a contradiction of what this daily text is saying to us when they say that they don't. What if I can read it? That they enthusiasm for such men sometimes borders on idolatry. It doesn't border on it. They've become God. I mean, can anybody argue that the governing body basically are Jehovah? That's what their mental illness has done to them. But anyways, I'm sidetracking and getting off topic. But is there anyone else in the phone line that wanted to talk before I move on?
Yes. Can I make a comment about the beard?
Yeah, go ahead, Grace.
Yes, obviously, you can prove when you read the Bible that we are allowed to have beards. But also, there is another issue about the beards that I think is important. That is the same thing that if a woman have a long hair, she needs to spend some money on shampoo and comb it and use conditioner. And I get the sense that some people don't really understand how much work it is to take care of a beard, and conditioner is crucial, and to comb it and everything, because if a woman was to go to Kingdom Hall and have a very long hair, all tangled up and no conditioner, everybody would think, what are you doing, woman? But if a man does the same thing, of course, at Kingdom Hall, you can't, well, now they changed about the beard, but I mean, nobody complained on a man, but it is really important to use conditioner, and I get the feeling lots of men don't understand this issue. So thank you. That's all from me.
No, I actually have to condition my beard. I don't use probably as much as you do. But I do condition it. I don't put beard oil in or anything like that. If I want to have it shaped a little bit, I'll get some coconut oil because it's natural, and it actually is natural beard oil. Like, you can use that and just put a little bit in your beard and run it through. But honestly, there's no upkeep on it other than just trimming it around your face. You don't want to eat your hair. But women, I want to say this to you, Grace, that women, up until now, women are the only people in the Jehovah's Witness organization that were allowed to have any kind of long hair at all whatsoever. Now that's changed, but we'll see if they want only neatly trimmed beards. They might not allow a beard like mine. What do you think? Well, that might have been the end of her comment.
I don't know, really. I don't know.
Yeah. But women are just as much in you girls are just as much what's the word I'm trying to say, like in mental slavery, like we are with the beard policy, because they so much focus on what you have to wear. Is your skirt too short? Is your blouse too tight? Or do you have cleavage showing? I mean, my goodness. It is a problem in the organization with grooming and dress, both with male and female. I think you girls have it the worst, though.
I talked to an overseer about the skirt issue, and he has started to talk about, but I have to wear a tie, and that's not so fun either. And he started to, like, he wasn't really serious.
Could I add in, you guys?
Yeah, go ahead, sister. Yeah.
This Kim.
Hey, Kim.
I'm sorry, Grace. I hope you don't mind if I add something.
Please do, Kim. We'd love to hear from you.
There's a video. You know Wally, who does the videos? I can't think of his
We love Wally. JW Thoughts.
Yes, there we go. He did a video about something to do with the governing body. It was one of the latest ones. All of a sudden, I can't think of what it is. But anyway, he played a Gilead bit, and some of the brothers you've probably seen a whole bunch of times were talking in there, and they were saying sisters, you're, what do they say? Something like sisters. We realize you aren't going to be appreciated hardly ever in what you do. You will not be appreciated in what you do. But Jehovah watches or whatever. And then he says, brothers, you will be appreciated for what you do, blah, blah, blah. You know, but in that talk, it was just the bits that they played, or he played, it was so maddening. And I can't imagine, and Wally was all upset hearing that too, how they could say that. And that's the second time I've heard a talk like that, where, again, sisters aren't going to be appreciated, you know, or they're like, oh, you know, you don't, what you do doesn't matter, kind of thing. I mean, it was just terrible the way he said it. So I don't know. I wanted to mention that because I think that's a recent one at Gilead. And then another thing I was thinking is I've gone to a couple, you know, churches before, or at least attended something to do with that. And those usually, they're encouraging about God and different things. But what I noticed kingdom or meetings are like, they're like training to how to go to church or how. So it's like you're mainly talking about how to serve God or how to do it, you know, but you're never actually serving it in the meeting. You're talking about doing that. I noticed. That's what I'm thinking. It's always talking about that plus the obedience and all that kind of stuff. And you're singing songs for the governing body, like on Memorial, you're singing that song, "We love you," da da da, or they love you.
Which song? Which song?
Like they're singing about them. Pardon me? Excuse me? I didn't hear
I was
you.
just asking. I was just asking which song are you talking about? Which Kingdom melody?
Well, it's. Tell you the truth, I think it's the one. I don't know the name of it. All of a sudden, I don't remember. But they go.
I have these damn songs stuck in my head, and I hate it.
Tony Morse did it. You know which one I mean?
I said I have these damn songs stuck in my head, and I hate it.
Tony Morse did a talk about singing songs and practicing, and of course, that the one he made everyone practice was a song that really glorifies the governing body. And I really am glad you played that clip, by the way. It's so exactly what happens. Is they do these talks about not doing like church does, you know, and all this stuff. And see, I was born in the 60s, okay? So I was there when they were talking about the Catholic Church all the time and the UN all the time. And look at what's going on now. So anyway, I'm sorry to talk so much and over talk. It's kind of, there's a lag, and I don't mean to do that.
We love hearing from you, Kim. Thank you so much for calling in. No problem at all.
Oh, could I one more thing? One more thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's this channel I do like. Okay, so it's on Brighteon.com, which has a lot of videos. Well, that's the only place because of free speech, you know, pretty much. And the girl, her name is Maria Z. Well, she did this video with a doctor named Michael, I think it's Helm or something. And, well, he has a book called The Indoctrinated Brain. And I can't remember what else it says there, but it's at Amazon. And what it talks about is the certain indoctrination that happened since the COVID thing and religious indoctrination that discourages any independent thought and everything. What it actually does is make part of your brain shrink. So your hippocampus shrinks or something, or doesn't produce things. And one of the things we need to produce is called oxytocin, which is one thing that makes labor work when you're going to have the baby, but it also makes you remember and create cells that help your brain be able to keep memories. So what they're doing to us is making it so that after a while you cannot, like, you keep forgetting things. They're actually making people forget. And I wondered why they would say blatant lies when they know we're watching it, just like the beard thing. He's saying all the stuff that it's like, hello, we were there. Why are you telling us how we feel and all this and why you did it or whatever? Because we know the truth. We lived through it. But it's because I think they expect people to forget. And one reason I think they know is because they are, I think they are majority shares of the Rand Corporation, which is a mind control thing. There's all kinds of mind control stuff. Like think tank.
It seems like they're in bed with the governments and that they do the same techniques that the globalists do to us.
Yep.
You know?
And so they really know what to do or not to do. So what they're doing, the doctor said that your brain stops producing or doesn't produce enough of certain things that make they call it consolidation of memory, or making it stay in your brain, in other words. And so when you are learning, you're actually replacing other things. And but one thing to help.
I'm sorry. I laughed at the comment. I'm so sorry.
You didn't hear me?
No, I'm sorry. I bursted out laughing in the comment section, and I apologize.
Oh.
Some people just say really funny things. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, hon.
Oh, it's okay. But the thing is, when you're creative, which Watchtower discourages, and also taking downtime and things that. Oh, and also independent thinking and research and having the critical mindset, that actually does the opposite for your brain. And see, they're discouraging all those things. So they're actually, I hate to say it, I see it with my family members really bad right now. I see all of those things almost like Alzheimer's. And you're like, you know this. And they're like, oh. So I don't know. I hope you don't mind me adding all that.
No, it's great. It's great. I love when my audience comes in and has things to add. Thank you so much, Kim.
Thank you.
It's been a hell of a week with Watchtower, hasn't it?
Yes, sure has. But I actually wrote about that, Doctor, to Rick and to Dan and Angela. I was like, wow, no witnesses know about this. I'm thinking. So, I mean, because he really, if you could find that video with Maria Z with 3 E's, Dr. Nels or something like that. I think it's NEHL or something. But if not, if you looked on Amazon and at least read the intro to the book or whatever, you might get an idea of it. I'm not trying to sell anything. I didn't get to get the book yet either. But I'm just thinking, oh my God, that explains so much.
No doubt.
How I even was. But I'm creative. I do drawing and all this stuff that I have to do a little bit of that. And I think that's kind of what helped me not fall for everything completely. But it sure took a long time to get out of it, I'm telling you.
Did you were you drawing when you were in Watchtower, or is it something you found out afterwards?
Yeah, I've drawn all the time. Yeah, different times, but they discourage it. There's even a drama that
they do discourage it. But then they want artists to do their literature, and even in the elders' room, there's artwork. Like I used to look at this like peaceful picture while these brothers are disfellowshipping me. And I knew the artist that drew it. It was he actually tried to teach me, but I have no artistic ability other than to tint color on cars and to do like a little artwork on cars. I can't draw. I just can't draw. It's not my thing.
There's a lot of people teaching, and I actually need to do more watching just to get my nerve back, because I kind of got like I got in a rut or something. Yeah.
And to answer Jimmy Bell, yes, I was laughing at your comment, you and Debbie's.
But yeah.
I think it's funny that we've gotten to this point. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. It is a little hard to hear. I'm in the kitchen. I have to be careful. I have a J-Dub in the house. Anyway, to my mother. Anyway, I mean, and I care for her. Okay, so it's not in the childish sense. It's actually I'm older and she's older, and I take care of her. But anyway, so what I was going to say, there's a drama where this pioneer is exhausted and wants a day off, and then her father calls in and guilt trips, or writes her a letter and guilt trips her. Then her friend from service partner guilt trips her, and she ends up supposedly doing that, and then having to go paint a picture in a field with all her paints and her easel, and then go pick up her kids, and then go home and cook for the family. And that is so not true. No way could you do that. It takes forever to set up, and it takes forever to dry for some of the paint sometimes. There's just no way that's a possibility to do. So they're always making fake scenarios. But I'm telling you, that's part why the depression is there, and then why they're forgetting. So I think a lot of them aren't sitting there lying when they say, "Oh, 75 didn't happen." They forgot. They actually replaced that memory.
My grandfather admitted to me when I was a boy. He told me that they got it wrong in 75. They made a mistake, but it was Jehovah cleaning the house when a lot of people left, and it was the true servants of Jehovah that stayed in it. But it always bothered me. I bought it, but it always bothered me when he said that. And he did admit to me that they got it wrong. He didn't say that the witnesses got it wrong. He admitted the governing body at that time got it wrong. And he was an elder until the day he died.
Because there's a Bethelite elder that's now an elder told my mom, "Oh, it was just because I'm in California." He said, "Oh, that's just a California thing." And that's so not true. And first of all, at all the assemblies, they had representatives from Bethel come and give talks, and they were saying all this and parading all the people who sold their homes and everything. And at the podium, they told us all that stuff. I was 12, wow. And I never thought I'd turn 13, And so
you were there when they made the announcement?
Oh my God. Pardon me?
You were there when they made that announcement at the assembly?
It was certain. Yeah, they were always, "Oh, are you ready for the end to come?" Clap, 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 clap. And then it was 8-day assemblies, okay? So they really stretched it. And it started in the late 60s, I would say. And so it was in all of the books, all the magazines, all the Thursday nights we talked about it. I mean, it took years of it. And it was hinting to the highest degree so that you completed the sentence. So it's not always that they say, "Yeah, it is for sure," but they would say, "We could be certain, da, 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 da. We could have complete confidence that this is going to happen, da, 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 da. And wouldn't it be fitting for God to do this? It's a perfect time." And, but then they would say so many more so that you came to that conclusion for sure. And then there were these special times where you had to pass out tracts, to people about it. So there were special things in, making everyone draw to that conclusion. So yes, it happened. And even my mom says, "Oh, all that baloney." Well, it was just local or something. No, I actually
they're trying to what they're trying to do, Kim, is just they're trying to blame the blame on the people and take it off of themselves. They're cowards and they can't accept what they've done. They're not sorry. They've already told us, Jeffrey Winder, "Nor due is an apology needed." And I have no idea why the governing body members and their helpers talk like that, because you hear how I'm talking to you and to the audience. I'm talking just like a regular man, but they have to talk like a certain way and act like there's a stick up their butts. I don't know what's with these guys. People don't talk like that. Like the way Stephen Lett addressed us tonight or the other night when he put out that video. I feel like he's talking to a bunch of 6-year-olds. It's like, dude, can you just be normal?
I know.
It's all kind of a gimmick. It's a gimmick that he sells. It's a person. Oh, go ahead. It's a personality he sells.
It's kind of like hypnotizing people. And
Sure,
I do
yeah.
kind of wonder if that's what that brother Let's doing with his face. I'm trying to see if he's moving in a spiritual movement so that because there's a thing called EMDR therapy where your eyes will look to both sides, and that actually opens, it sort of stimulates your brain, supposedly your subconscious or something. I got kitties all meowing, sorry. But so there's this treatment. It's sort of like a hypnosis thing to do self-treatment or whatever. And you look to the left, to the right, and then you think about a bad memory. And it sort of helps bring you to remember about it. And then you kind of tell yourself something positive and then you let it go or whatever. Something like that, right? Well, but maybe he's doing that and you're opening up your subconscious because you're looking all over the place, following his facial movements. And then he's planting all these bad ideas into our subconscious. I wonder, I know it sounds interesting, but I really have noticed him do that. But it doesn't happen always. It only happens at certain times. So I don't know. Sorry if I go out there with my...
No, you're okay. One thing that I did notice that Rick didn't bring up tonight, and I didn't either until now, but I actually wanted to play some of the video. I don't have it ready for Rick at all, so if Rick's listening, don't worry about it. But it's something that for future content maybe. But Stephen Lett is talking about, he had 2 videos released. So one of them was brand new about the new light, about beards, but the other one was about school. And he wasn't fat, his face wasn't fat in it, and his hands weren't fat in it. So it must have been an older video because something happened to this man. I don't know. Some people say it's heart.
Yes.
Some people say he's an alcoholic. I don't know what to believe, but something happened to this guy. He looks different.
Failure. It looks like heart failure.
Yeah, could be. That's what a lot of people are thinking, that he's having heart problems. Well, think about it. His cult is collapsing. That's got to cause a lot of stress. A friend of mine was a gambler.
Yeah.
In Rhode Island, and I didn't know he was a gambler. And he told me that he needed to borrow money, and I asked, okay, but why? Like, what's going on? And he told me that he owed a bookie money, and he's going to get his legs broken, basically. And he's like, dude, I really need help. And I gave it to him, and he paid me back. And then he quit. He ended up quitting gambling forever. And you know what? He told me that he could get off his blood pressure medication and his heart medication. And the point that I'm tying in with this is that it's got to be stressful to have child sex abuse accusations against you and your organization. To have all of these accusations, you break up the families, you do this, you do that. I don't think these men are sleeping well anymore. And I'm glad, because you don't deserve to sleep well. I don't sleep well. I wake up in fear that my family will never talk to me ever again. I mean, you bastards, excuse my French, deserve a lot coming to you,
Yep. I think they had a lot of protection before, and I think someone removed it. And I know
the government protected them. And I think that actually the very thing that they predicted, they said that the false religion was going to be removed. Well, you're part of it. So if that happens, I hate to say it, but Pennsylvania and all these other countries and our own country, certain states are coming down on them. It's not looking good for Watchtower. I really don't know what they think their end game will be.
Yeah.
And and by the way, I'm not kicking you off, but if anybody in the phone line, if there's anybody out there that wanted to talk, it's pipe in at any time. But Kim's allowed. Or no.
Eric, I'll talk to you later.
Oh, okay. I wasn't kicking you off. I was just making sure there wasn't anybody out there.
No, that's fine. I'm just gonna stop. Talk to you.
Okay, we got someone coming through, so let's see what the brother has to say. Thank you, Kim. Love hearing from you. You have a good night. Don't be a stranger.
Are you on? All right.
Yeah, I can hear you. Hi.
Yeah, okay. I was really enjoying your program, and the sister just on made some really good points.
Dick?
There's a lot of messed up people.
Is this Dick?
In the government. Yes, it is.
Oh, hey, Dick. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to know who I was talking to.
Yeah, the sister that was just on, I thought she made some really good points. There's a lot of messed up Jehovah's Witnesses, and it's the theology and the philosophies that the Watchtower has put across for many, many years. I remember in the early days, I started with the JWs in 1970. I was still in the military at the time. And, I can remember stuff about Jehovah's Witnesses was saying that Jesus didn't die on a crucifix. He died on a torture stake.
Mm-hmm.
And some people, because they believed that he did die on a crucifix, but, people kept coming in. Then they started in latter year with the anointed. There was anointed in seemed like every couple of congregations. There was an anointed couple or one or two people that claimed an anointing and that they were going to be one of the 144,000. Now, when those numbers got to be way too much, they threw all the anointed under the bus, and the faithful and discreet slave now was the governing body. That didn't throw a lot of people for a loop. Some people left because of it, but most didn't. They came out with the United Nations thing, and they had their trial balloon in Texas, and not too many people left those congregations in Texas. They had another trial balloon with disfellowshipping people that were obese, and I guess that's 50 pounds overweight. Not a lot of people left at that. But what really caused the doors to open and people to run, out of this ark of salvation, jump in the water and swim away, was the 1975 deal. I firmly believed that was going to happen. Armageddon was coming in 1975 because the governing body said so. And in every one of the talks that I listened to, since I started going to Kingdom Hall in 1970-71, the theme of every single one of those talks, Armageddon, prepare for Armageddon, Armageddon, Armageddon. All I heard. And then up to about 3 or 4 months prior to October 1975, not a single word about Armageddon. That would be like if you're a football fan and the Super Bowl was going to be in February, and they talked about it, who the teams were and all that, and then you turn on the TV and you're a big football fan and you couldn't find the Super Bowl on TV. Well, what happened? You ask her, what happens? Nobody knows. Well, you say to the elders, what happened? And no answer. That's caused a lot of over 1,000 people to leave. But the sister who was on earlier, just prior to myself, it's a mind thing. Both me and Connie now, we're studying demonology, and we're learning how Satan can cast spells into people's brains, into their hearts. I mean, he really can do that. And Satan runs that organization right from the governing body on down. It's Satan controlled. They would have you believe that when you get baptized as a Jehovah's Witness, you're getting baptized in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and the spirit-driven body of Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, which is the devil. Which is the devil.
That's it. You got it.
Yep.
Bingo. That's it.
I realize because if they're not, they say that they're not inspired by God, right, Dick? So then who inspires you? If it's yourself, even if it's just yourself that's inspiring you, that's demonic because you're looking to yourself to men, and we know who they're channeling. They're channeling the damn devil.
Exactly.
Because what does the devil want to do? He doesn't want you to have guns and protect your family. He wants to break up the family. He wants you to take the vaccine. That's what the devil wants. The devil wants you to do all of those things. The vaccine is evil, and I probably shouldn't say that, but this is after hours, and I don't care. If you personally believe that you need to take the vaccine, that's fine. I'm not judging you for it. But I know what our government's doing to us, and the Jehovah's Witnesses are right on board with it, Dick. You know, and I don't mean to put you in that situation of taking a side about the vaccine. I just feel strongly about it in the moment, and you know.
Well, I'm really glad you brought it up. I'm absolutely glad you brought it up. Just think about my situation just for a short second.
Yes.
I go to I joined the Marines, and I go to Camp Lejeune.
Oh, you were a Marine. You weren't just in the Army. You were a Marine.
Yeah, 4 years worth. So
Wow.
I do that, right? And
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for yours. So after that, they sent me to Nam. Okay, great. Well, I go to Nam. And those helicopters used to fly over with these long, long rakes, and it was spraying this white stuff in the air. Well, It was Agent Orange, but we were told, oh, it's mosquito repellent. So we started doing push-ups, and we tried to get as much of that stuff on us as we could. Let's fast forward to the covert thing. In the building that I was living in, a memo came around and said, folks, there's 6 or 7 families in your building that have come down with covert. So I get a call from the VA, and the VA says, you better get in here for your covert shots. So, okay, you know, I go in there, I get my covert shots. Now I got blood clots on my legs, and Connie doesn't want me to drive my Harley because if I dump it and I get a cut, it gets scraped up, you know, I have to take blood thinners. So the governments are out to kill you. The governments are run by Satan.
Yep.
And so is this thing.
And Watchtower is in bed with the government, Dick. That's the scary part, because they very much abide by their rules.
Mm-hmm. And they say they don't, but they do.
They do and they don't. They do and they don't. They don't agree with homosexuality, but they pick and choose. They're cherry pickers. But they do use the parts of it that benefit them.
That again is true. Yeah, they're a very, very evil organization. They break up families. They affected my life dramatically. But most people, you know my story, so I'm not going to bore anybody with it. But I miss my kids. My boys don't talk to me because you know.
How old are your boys? The Dick.
Let's see, 43 and 46.
So I'm 42. So I'm 42. They're my age. So you lost your kid, your sons, and I lost my parents and my whole family. You know, we have that in common. But look how Rick gave us a family, and I'm getting emotional talking about it a little bit. But like, isn't it beautiful that you and I can at least? It's not the same. We want our family. But at least we are a family here, and we get to talk to each other and encourage each other, you know, and we're on the same wavelengths. And even if we don't agree 100%, that's healthy. That's what the witnesses don't understand. Conformity is death. Conformity is a slow suicide.
Well, I agree with you, and you're doing a great job, you know, with your program. Really let people, we shine a light into a very dark thing. But again, I just want to reiterate what the sister that was on prior to me about the mental illness and the RAD Corporation and this think tanks and so forth. There's, it's my opinion, there's a form of hypnosis when you go into that Kingdom Hall. You know, they shut all the windows so you can't look outside. And to me, every time I hear the word truth, it's like that hocus pocus, you know, and you just don't think right, and you absorb everything. You don't use critical thinking. I just like to say this to the audience. I used to like to go to these hypnotherapy program, therapy. Hypnotists would hypnotize people in a nightclub act, and I used to go to those, and they would get anybody who wanted to volunteer to come up. And they got him to do crazy things, you know, and say crazy things. And there were some people that could be hypnotized and other people that just couldn't. I went up one time and volunteered to be hypnotized. He asked me a couple of questions. and then go ahead.
Did it work?
Yeah,
Did you like blank out?
No. He touched me on the shoulder and said, "Thank you. You can go back to your seat." I couldn't be hypnotized. So there are some people, that have that power, like the sister was talking about. Make your eyeballs go to the far left and now the far right. Do it a couple of times, and you can bring thoughts forward and back.
So he couldn't hypnotize you. That's correct, right?
He couldn't hypnotize me, but there were many other people that he could hypnotize. And maybe the Watchtower has there's some kind of Rich had people on that could hypnotize people or could.
I wonder if I could be hypnotized.
Well,
I wonder if I could, because I don't buy into things anymore because I'm very awake. But I don't know. I could be full of shit. As pardon my French. I'm really curious if I could be hypnotized, because you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me. I'm sorry to be a nerd. It reminds me of Star Wars, where they did the Jedi mind trick. Right? He'd wave his hand, and it didn't work on everybody. Like Jabba the Hutt was like, "Oh, the Jedi mind trick don't work on me. I have a strong mind," and that's what it is. There's some people that just fall for cults and fall for things, and maybe some people, and maybe I would fall for it. I don't know, but it probably depends on my brain functions and if I could fall for repetitive motions to put me in a trance. But I respect it, appreciate it. And I could just picture you just being like, "Yeah, it ain't working." You were in New England there, and you're like, "Yeah, it ain't happening."
That shows at Hampton Beach. I used to go up to it every year. We'd come up. They get just normal people, just do the craziest things. This one woman was asked if she was afraid of snakes, and she says that she was. And then he told her some kind of a thing with his hands, and said, "You're not afraid of snakes anymore." And he pulled out this small python and put it in her lap, and she was patting it. It's kind of crazy what they can do. I just think a lot of people. I think you get told that, well, this is the truth. 1975, it's going to bring Armageddon. As a matter of fact, if you read the Truth book, in the later chapters, it says that there is a definite, and they stress that word definite, beginning of pains of destruction, distress, 1914, and it definitely will end in 1975. And it didn't happen. And some of the governing body, to try to cover it up, they said, "We didn't say that." No, they know this. A lot of the Jehovah's Witnesses are going to know that's a lie, because they did say it. I heard it. I went to the Kingdom Hall from 70 to 73 before I got baptized as Jehovah's Witness, and I heard it all the time. Now they come out and they say some brothers, because they don't enunciate who those some brothers are, but some brothers went ahead of the organization. Now they know a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses that are in, say, 1985 or so forth. They know that's a lie, but you know what? And they call it the truth, and that's a bold-faced lie, and they still stay in it. And that, to me, that's some form of mind control, some form of thought casting, some form of mental illness or hypnosis, but they're playing with people's minds. And that's why I really love Six Screens, because Rich had psychologists on there, psychiatrists, people that know a lot about hypnotherapy. And we teach people how this stuff works. And how the Six Screens points a finger at the governing body and points it really strong. And I'm just very, very grateful that I was one of the first persons that Rick started talking to, after my divorce. And Rick used to come over my apartment and talk to me about what the governing body were really like. And so a lot of praise goes to Rick for, takes a lot of guts to do what he does. Takes a lot of
guts and patience, kindness, guts, patience, self restraint. He has to deal with people who have conflicting ideas, and you know what? I know a lot of people give shit for Rick over David, and I'm aggravated by David too. But you know what? If Rick didn't let David have a voice, then his show just wouldn't be good, because everyone does need a voice. At some point though, David just seems belligerent, and that's my own personal opinion. But I respect Rick for the balance that he has. I think he's very balanced. He lets people, he lets the left political party come in, the right political party, the neutral political party, the people who don't care about politics, religious people. All, what does Watchtower do, Dick? All they do is constrict you from thinking anything else than they want you to think. And Rick doesn't do that. He's a beautiful man to let you and I have a voice, and everyone else. And your beautiful wife as well. Connie's got such a beautiful voice in the show.
Yeah, she's a wonderful lady. I'm quite blessed to have her. And if it wasn't for Rick, I wouldn't have her, because I met her on 6 screens.
Oh, you did? I didn't know that. That's awesome, man. God bless.
Yeah.
See, Rick's like Cupid.
He does more than most people know. First of all, I mean, right now this situation where we're going to have a big convention in Boston, that's on his dime. Do you have any idea how much? Well, I know it's somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000 to run that, and it's coming out of his pocket. He's not taking donations, and I know what it costs to run the programs every month. $400 to $500. That's out of his pocket. He's putting signs up. He's 70. I worked with him a couple of times.
Forget the money. Forget the money. It's the time and energy, and the emotional energy that he has to put into it, and dealing with some BS sometimes. Nah, Rick does a lot. I mean, I'm not putting down the money. I'm just saying, wow, when you put all of it together. No, I mean, he must eat, sleep, and breathe this, because, like he says, you know what, for what I had to do tonight, Dick, it took a little energy, just a little, but I did my research, and I have another topic to talk about, but we've been so busy on this one that I'll just probably let it go and use it another time. But I do my research, and Rick doesn't just do research for his show. He has to, help everybody else and coordinate other people who have shows, and roll with the punches in the comment section. I think he's a natural broadcaster. We went to school for it, right? I think he's a natural at it. What do you think?
Well, I agree with you 100%. What a lot of people don't see is he's reading emails all day long. He's getting phone calls all day long. He's helping people with this, and a lot of the stuff he can't put on 6 screens, but he's a magnificent creator. He's the best of the best, for sure. I've never met anyone as good as him. Never.
Yeah.
He's the best of the best. And I just hope that when people decide to come to Boston in 15 months from now, that they put a little something in a card for him, because that's all coming out of his pocket. And being in the sign business, putting up them heavy signs, it's a job for a young man. And Rick is 75. So to me, if I went to Boston and didn't put something in a card for him, that would bother my conscience. I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do out there or suggest anything, but that's just me. That's how I'm going to put a little something in an envelope every week for my trip up there, and a little something in an envelope for Rick. So, and I'll give it to him when he gets up there. Just seems unfair that he has to spend $15,000-$20,000 out of his pocket just for a convention. You know, he's not charging people to get in. It's not like he's making money on it.
Right, and that's Rick's theme. He never wants to make money on anything. I think he's trying to prove Watchtower with his actions that he's nothing like them, and he has.
Well, let me throw this out. I've probably brought it up 20, 30 times over the last 15, 16 years. Me and Rick went up to Columbia Point, or what am I? Columbia Street. Anyway, we went up to the headquarters up in Brooklyn, and we asked to see the governing body. And Rick comes up to the security guy, and he says, "I'm Rick Ferrin." And the security guy goes, "Oh yeah, we know who you are." So all of a sudden, all these guys in his blue suits and white shirts came down. Two guys in his 60s, you know.
Yeah, right. Oh, Jesus.
And they were, I'm telling you, they were afraid of Rick. And they were scared of him. You know, so all you guys can go through they have a little touring section to go through. And I went halfway through it. And I told Rick, there's nothing but lies. You know, you want to go through it, go ahead. It makes me sick. It was all lies that was in there. But the point is, there's so many JWs out there. Oh, what will the elders think? And, oh, what will, you know, listen, when you expose a liar and a con man, they're afraid of you. They don't want to be exposed. That's the reason they've never come on six screens. They know they know the six screens exist because Johnny the Bethelite's job was to monitor six screens and tell the governing body, you know, what Rick Ferrin and his cronies are saying. So they know it exists. They will never. Rick invites them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, come on the program. When I was doing my programs like the one you're doing, I used to always say, "Come on." You know, you want to argue at any point. I used to do like I'd have a program on.
I have no problem debating somebody. I really don't. I just don't want belligerent name calling on either side. You know, stuff like that. Like no offense to Wyatt Earp, but you know, someone like him, it's like it's just that's not worth my time. But if you have a legitimate like discussion, and you know what I mean, like of course, let's debate.
Well, yeah, they have never, you know, and I listen to six screens almost every Saturday night. No one's ever come on and challenged anybody, you know, on the stuff that we were saying. And if we were saying things that were wrong, if we said Brother X on the governing body was a pedophile and we couldn't prove it, we get sued, you know. So they've never sued us on six screens, never. We open the door for any governing body that wants to come on and explain their position on anything. They will never come. They just don't do it. Well, we don't. I mean, as far as I know, we've never had an elder in good standard come on and argue with us or tell us we had it wrong. If a governing body wanted to come on, Rick would more than welcome him. But they're afraid of six screens. They're afraid of Rick. And they're afraid of all of us to tell the truth and expose them.
Are.
They're very, very cowardly people. Governing body members.
They're such cowards that they don't want to go. They encourage the brothers in Russia and other people in other countries to put up a strong stand for their faith, quotation fingers, but they don't do it themselves. Why aren't they on the front lines, right? Aren't you guys the generals? Come on, like lead the troops. Go to Russia and go do the ministry and show be imprisoned. Just like the apostles. You guys compare yourself to the apostles, they were imprisoned. Excuse me. Why do they get special privileges?
Well, especially, I mean, my goodness, like Jeffrey Jackson. How do you bring this up?
Was there someone trying to? Is that Connie in the background? I hear someone talking.
No, that's not Connie. She's sleeping.
Oh, okay. Well, I heard someone speaking up, but what's that? Who's playing? Who's jamming us some music?
Well, I'm gonna try to talk to him.
We might need help from Rick to get rid of that. Hey, can someone turn off their music? What the heck is this?
What you're hearing right there
This is weird. It's like psychedelic.
Anytime the governing body go in close.
Yeah, is there Bethel screwing with us? If anything, they would have wanted to screw with Rick's show, not mine. I can barely hear anything because of that music. Oh, is it gone?
Yeah, it's gone.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate you, Rick.
Can you repeat what you said about Jeffrey Jackson and stuff?
Yeah, I'm glad to. Johnny the Bethelite told us that Jeffrey Jackson was driving a Bentley, which is probably one step down from a Rolls Royce.
Mm-hmm.
And, the show displays one's means of life. They don't care if they get caught. At least in the old days when you had, Al Capone and those type of people, not the crime men, but the criminal element, and they were doing all kind of nefarious things. Well, they would try to hide what they were doing. Not Jeffrey Jackson, the governing body guys. They're driving expensive cars, all of them, and they're going first class every place they go. And John the Bethelite told us that he uncovered sex trafficking in, on the governing body. Looks like it's going to be coming.
I gotta interrupt you. I'm sorry, but that sounds pretty, pretty incredible. So they were driving Bentleys and uncovered sexual trafficking. Now, what kind of proof can we have on that? Because that,
can you guys hear me?
That's all.
Yeah, I'll try to handle that question. The Bentley is a fact. Johnny, the Bethelite, seen it, and other people have seen it. And the sex ring thing, you can't prove it. I'm just telling you what Johnny the Bethelite saw when he was there. And his, where he was looking, he was, with communications, and he saw a lot of the communications, and he was much closer to the governing body than other Bethelites would have been. But there's plenty of proof on the Bentley. There's not on the sex thing, but we know that Tony Tightpants is involved with something down there in Pennsylvania, and that's probably the reason he's taken him off the governing body.
Mm. Oh gosh, Debbie.
Very interesting. So, it's definitely not unbelievable. and Bentleys, yeah, I don't know. And the sex trap thing is, it's been, talked about a lot, especially with, what's her name there that came on, and, Bertolino or whatever he is, but yeah. So it's believable, but it's just,
Well, brother, you're right. It does sound unbelievable. When Rick first told me about the governing body joining the United Nations as an NGO, yeah, I found that hard to believe, but it's certainly believable now. It did happen. When I hear about people getting raped at headquarters, in Brooklyn, it's a fact. It's believable. The Royal Commission there in Australia about hiding pedophiles, it's believable. I mean, the stuff's being proven. It is being proven day in and day out. The Watchtower Dec Society is being controlled by Satan the devil. And those 8 clowns or 9 clowns that comprise the governing body, that they are professional liars. And their father is Father Lie, Satan the devil. That's who runs that organization. And they're killing people with the blood transfusion laws that they came up with. Or you can't take blood transfusions, and now you can take fragments of blood. I know it's too convoluted. I don't even waste my time trying to understand.
Well,
those liars.
I would just have to sit here and agree with you 100% because that is all 100% true. I agree with you. It's bullshit. And they do the truth is. Can you guys hear me? You're free, but guess what? The truth changes. And yes, and I'm so guess what? Now all of a sudden we have beards. I'm just saying. So yeah, 100% right. And all that other stuff, which has nothing to do with beards, is 100% right. I agree with you. And yeah, it's just crazy.
Hey, if Dick is still there,
your investments. I mean, they're invested in tobacco companies, RAD. They're invested in companies that make armament for the military. They're quite the organization. They can lie to so many and make rules for the rank and file, but the governing body, the guys at the top, they live in lavish lifestyles, very lavish. They all have.
Hey Dick, can I ask you a quick question?
That's it.
Dick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, because because Dick served in Vietnam and he was brought up in New England, living in Rhode Island, I knew a brother, he was an elder, and he served in Vietnam, and he lived in New England in Rhode Island. His name was Gary Miller, and he was a sniper, and I believe he was a Marine. And he told us stories about some serious shit that happened with him, and it messed him up a little bit. And he left Watchtower and never looked back. He left his wife too because he just wanted a fresh start. And I think it's because he knew he was in a cult. He was always a free spirit, and he had a lot of damage done to him from being in the military because he told some people that he had shot a kid that had a grenade in their hand. He had trauma through it. I don't know. I was a shot in the dark, but I didn't know. It is a small world, and Rhode Island is very close to Massachusetts.
Now, I never knew him, but I'm glad you brought up the subject. And I think the whole audience should hear this. I had a good friend of mine. I was diagnosed with PTSD, and I went to vet groups for about 10 years. And I had a friend that used to sit beside me, actually, and he was a cook. And he never saw combat. He never experienced bamboo vipers or booby traps or rockets and mortars, sniped at, never went on patrol. He was a cook, and he had PTSD. It was
From the training?
worrying about getting killed that took all his happiness out of his life, even when he came back from Vietnam without a scratch, as I did. I came back without a scratch.
Did you see combat?
Now
did you see combat, Dick?
Did I?
Did you have to see combat?
I didn't get to.
So you must have PTSD like from it.
Well, I do, and that's the point that I was trying to make. That Jehovah's Witnesses, all of them, have some form of PTSD because you're always waiting for this traumatic event to happen. Armageddon, where no flesh was going to survive unless the days were cut short. And it's in the back of your subconscious that, very soon, everything that you work for on this planet is going to be gone, and you're going to be persecuted because of God's name and all this stuff you're going to be persecuted. If Jesus was persecuted, you're going to be persecuted. And they pump that in. So stay close to the organization, and there's some form of protection there. People that have this idea that Armageddon is going to come at any minute, and that's what I had. My PTSD from the Jehovah's Witnesses was worse than my PTSD from Vietnam. So I would venture to say that almost 80%, 90% of Jehovah's Witnesses have some form of PTSD, and they don't even know it. It takes their happiness away.
I agree, and thank you for giving your story. It's important to know. There's a good comparison that you just gave. It really is. You know what? Not to be too personal, and I probably told my audience, maybe some of them before, but I developed a self-harm cutting disorder where my arms are cut with scars from end to end on both sides, and it comes from my mother in the cult, and I was told that. It's about 1% of the population that does that, but you know what? I looked that up and researched it, and that's true. And I know about 4 people in my life, and 3 of them were self-harm cutters, and they were Jehovah's Witnesses, the other 3. So that's 4 from me, and the other, that would be 5 then total. The other guy was he was worldly, and he was in a gang. So that had nothing to do with it. And I don't say worldly. I don't believe in that anymore. The worldly people are way better mostly than Jehovah's Witnesses, in my own opinion. I've gotten more love. I've had the world, and I use that in quotation fingers, feed me when Jehovah's Witnesses wouldn't. When I was poor, when I didn't have anything, when I was in a bad situation. I was housed by these so-called Christianity and Babylon the Great. Jehovah's Witnesses didn't help me at all. They turned their back on me, and like they did you too, Dick, and everyone else that's listening.
Well, you're so right, and I'm glad you brought up being a cutter, because that's what they would call masochism. That was the reason I was disfellowshipped, was masochism. Really? I just had so much guilt because of the Aiken theory. If you know the Aiken theory, that's when the Israelites marched around Jericho and the walls came tumbling down, and they sent the Israelite army to kill everything, livestock, babies, kids, whatever. And I guess that's a true story. I mean, it is in the Bible. So this guy Achan, he takes out a gold breastplate and he buries it in his tent. And he took something out where they were told not to take anything out. Well, because of his bad deed, the Israelite army was going from battle to battle, and they were losing all the battles. So evidently, the elders got together and said somebody disobeyed God and Jehovah, and they found out it was Achan, and because they killed him, they killed his whole family, and all that crazy stuff. But I was under the belief that the sins that I had committed caused the Holy Spirit to be taken away from my congregation. And so I got into masochism and stuff like that. I'm just really glad you brought it up. I think this is the first time that I let that go on 6 screens for the world to hear. But it was better, doing what I was doing to myself than to commit suicide, which a lot of brothers did. I just hope that helps somebody else out there to hear that. And I'll say that you have a lot of courage just bringing that out.
Yeah, I don't want to hold back from what Watchtower has done to me, and even if it means me being uncomfortable talking about things that I don't really want to talk about myself, I'll sacrifice that because, like Rick, I have anger towards the Watchtower. Maybe I'm putting words in his mouth, but I do too. Maybe he doesn't, but I think he does. I think we all have justified anger of what's happened to us. I don't have a rage.
Do you think I could ask you guys a question?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Oh, am I coming through? I've been trying to come through for like the last.
No, it's not. Oh no, pipe in any. Just so the audience knows, anybody that's listening in, I don't have control over like the panel like Rick does, so I can't see if someone's calling in. So interrupt people who are talking for a while at any time. And we like to hear what you have to say, brother.
Oh yeah, I apologize for interrupting, guys, but I'm watching.
No, you're not interrupting. I apologize. You couldn't get through quicker. What's your name? What's your name, sir?
So my name is Bo Benson, and I'm actually the Jehovah's Witnesses of Arizona YouTube channel, and I'm also.
Oh yeah, I know. I watch your videos
before.
Okay, I watch your videos. I know you.
I'm getting banned from YouTube today.
You are.
I just got my marks, but the reason why this happened is I was discussing some interesting things I've come across, and I wanted to get the audience opinion on this about Watchtower and who actually runs the governing body. So I know the board of directors is over the governing body. We all know this, but who's over the board of directors? And I've been doing some research, and I was wondering, are you guys familiar with the Bilderberg meeting?
Yes, I am.
I've heard of
the Bilderberg group. The Bilderberg group, yes. But I don't know about the newest meeting. If there's a new meeting, I don't know about that, but I know who the Bilderberg group is.
So, and the reason why is the Bilderberg is associated with some kind of, I'm not really sure what's the correct terminology for this, but they have some kind of occultic belief system that is associated with the Masonic Lodge. And
Illuminati.
when I was learning about the Masonic Lodge,
Illuminati, the globalists,
I realized,
the one percenters. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and what I want to ask about is, are you guys familiar that the slave class that these people want to create that was written in their profile, the policies, procedures, and behaviors are identical to Jehovah's Witnesses?
There's nothing to do with what we were talking about, though.
It's very interesting. I'm sorry?
I say you changed the whole subject. There's nothing to do with what we were talking about. We were talking about our own personal problems.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. This is my show, and I actually am interested in what Bo Benson has to say. I've watched his YouTube channel, and I've known his YouTube channel before 6 Screens, and he's awakened. I don't always agree with everything he says, but I do like what he says, and I very much encourage him to have a voice on my show, if that's okay, sir. You can go off topic. This network is for Jehovah's Witnesses or ex-Jehovah's Witnesses to heal, and current ones to wake up. and I want everyone to have a voice. So I am offended that Bo got cut off by somebody, because I, much like Rick Farron, want everyone to have a voice. So if you're still there, Bo, from XJW Arizona, I would like to finish hearing what you have to say when you got interrupted.
Oh, I'm still here. I'm watching the show and I'm hearing these people talk about their personal experiences, and I've done some investigations with the police that leads to this stuff, and that's why, on a personal level, I'm finding, because I wasn't very familiar with this stuff until the police investigation that was involved with Jehovah's Witnesses and looking into it for human trafficking, and some of the detectives who are retired, who are associated with people I know, were the ones that were kind of showing me this, and then I started watching your guys' show. I started talking to Jimmy, and I started seeing, and then I work with some certain, I can't say who, but some politicians, and they started showing these things and these connections, and then that's when I found out about this, what I believe is a connection with the Association of Jehovah's Witnesses and these secret societies. And I know that people have issues with this, and it's kind of like a sore subject, but what I've noticed is if you talk about these connections, like my account, you get banned. And if there was nothing to it, why are they banning accounts that talk about this? Because we talk about...
So your channel is being banned right now?
Yeah, it's already been removed. And then I started a secondary channel. I started talking about this. I just today was talking about things that I talked about 2 years ago. And I got 3 strikes on one video, and they're going to deplatform me probably in the next couple of days.
Huh. So I would tell you to plug your channel, but is it worth it, or is it just going to be brought down? Or how can we contact you if you make another one?
I don't really know what I'm going to do. I had downloaded, because I don't know if you guys are familiar with
what are they getting you on? Are you doing something? Is there a copyright issue? What are they getting you on? Hate speech?
There's nothing. They won't tell me what it is. Usually they'll tell you.
I know. I'm not doubting you, because YouTube removed me from just giving. I didn't even have a channel. I just was battling Jehovah's Witnesses on their own sections of YouTube, in the comment sections, and like child baptism, and I would give comments. And I think I got removed for hate speech, and I lost like some movies that I had bought off of Google Play YouTube. And I'm like, you're kidding me.
I totally agree with you.
And so I believe what's happening to you. The governing body are working very, very hard to tear down all the channels. And if they can get one, they feel like they succeeded. If they put all this effort to pull 1 or 2 or 3 people down. We support you in any way, you know. We'd like to support you in any way. If we can follow you, maybe you might want to leave YouTube and go to something like Twitter, you know.
Yeah, I've been thinking about moving to X, and then there's another platform that Jimmy was letting me share his stuff with.
Mm-hmm.
So
I actually had disagreed with you at one point when you talked about Jim Jones or how Jehovah's Witnesses could ask for a sacrifice, but it's getting to the point where I don't know what they are going to. I have to agree with you. They're capable of anything at this point, so I'll retract what I said in the comment section. But they're capable of anything at this point. Who knows? Who knows what they want of the people? This is a demonic cult that I've come to the conclusion of, and it's taken years to figure that out. Even though I was awake, it's like, wow, they really are in bed with the not so much the Illuminati, but the Freemasons and the governments and the shadow governments. They very much benefit.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Plug this in. Battery's almost dead.
So there's one thing I want to tell you guys that I have been very unwilling, but since I'm going to get deplatformed, I figure I might as well just say it right here.
Yeah, say what you have to say, brother.
In 2001, there was a acquaintance of mine who got into Watchtower's interface and got into an internal feed and pulled out images of a member, which I can't legally say, doing a satanic ritual. And I watched it, I saw it, and my acquaintance was arrested by the FBI the next day. So I know that there is this kind of like confusion if they are or aren't. And I can tell you at least one of them is doing that.
At least one of them is what?
I don't know if what I just said came through, but at least one of them was involved, or at least was recorded doing like what I call a cultic ritual.
Okay, I see. You just broke up at the end. Wow, that's something for real. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know what these men are capable of. I mean, they're already showing that they have no problem covering up child sex abuse. So, what else are they capable of? Nothing surprises me, Bo. You know, didn't mean to rhyme.
So, have you guys ever seen any connection to the Bilderberg? That's one of the main things I just was kind of curious.
Well, okay. If I can answer your question, I can't speak for everyone, but for myself, as far as the Bilderberg, I see a connection with this. Can we? Is it fair to say that the Bilderberg group is part of the globalist? Is that fair? Just before I go forward.
Well, yeah, I would definitely say that.
So the globalists are telling us, the Bilderberg group are saying, in the future, you will own nothing. Everything will be on borrow and credit, and you will work for everything, and you won't own anything, and you'll be happy. Well, the governing body's new light for paradise is you will work where we tell you to work, and you'll live where we tell you to live. And this is all on video, and I'm paraphrasing it. And they say you will be happy. The deep state, or no, not the deep state, but the shadow governments, the Illuminati, whoever, the globalists are pushing the jab. Who else are pushing the jab? Jehovah's Witnesses. It's in all their videos. The Bethel, 99% of the Bethelites have taken the jab. That's all. That what else does the globalists want? They want to destroy the family unit so that we have a weak nation, so that we can be overrun. What did the governing body do with the disfellowshipping arrangement? They weaken the family arrangement. I mean, they literally are mimicking the people that they say are evil. What do you think?
Yeah, that's kind of that's the kind of, I'll be honest with you, this is the kind of research that I've come across over the last 2 years. Beforehand, even with my experience, I kind of was like, is this a one-off? Because I actually recorded a circuit overseer actually telling me that they have a problem with Satanism in the organization. And during my investigation with the police, I actually gave that recording to the police. And it's in my actual file. It is on record.
That's amazing.
Well, I don't know.
I don't doubt it. Sorry, I was taking a break, drinking a little bit water.
Sorry.
I don't know how Rick does it. Rick's on the screen for forever without breaking character or going to the bathroom break. But yeah, what you're saying is really interesting, brother. I understand. What's going on in this organization is of demonic roots. I think it started with Charles Taze Russell.
I would agree. I'm going to ask one more question, and then I'll leave and let the audience.
You can. You're welcome here as long as you need to talk. Unless someone else needs to speak up.
Okay. If anyone else has got something they need to ask, just jump right in, and then I'll stop. But I just there's so much on my mind right now with them doing some stuff, because before this incident happened, I was covering the California case against Jehovah's Witnesses with Abel. And when I started showing him on my YouTube channel what was going on and reading the court records, I actually started getting hacked by Watchtower. They attacked my phone. They shut my email system. So I know that they do not want people knowing about that case. So that's why I did all the stuff I did. And I think that what's happening to me is a direct response, because I pulled out of the personal records, and I actually put it in the video live of the actual letter to the society, to elders about CSI cover up and how a process needs to be done. And I put it in front of everyone.
Wow, that's incredible. Well, you're really fighting
and I figured that maybe lawyers could use this, and that was the kind of idea behind it, is that maybe lawyers who are watching this stuff, learning about this stuff, who are involved, can see where to go to get the information they need for their clients.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So my question is, what's happening?
It's scary stuff what they're capable.
guys-
I'm sorry, it's scary stuff what they're capable of.
Yeah, that's a lot of resource. I mean, I work in that kind of field, and so I have an idea of how much collusion would need to be done to interfere at that level. If that makes sense to the audience. I can't say too much about that, but like it's not like a simple thing that they're just harassing people. Like, it's got to be coming from support from the state itself. That makes sense. In order to compensate and do what they're doing, to get your email, to get your phone number, to get your email service, and then cut things up, they have to be working with multiple agencies to do these things.
How do you feel about what? Are you aware of what they did to that X? Or no, it wasn't X. It was Pimo Bethelite, and then he got removed. Did you hear about all that?
I don't know about it.
There was a brother who was leaking videos from Bethel, and there were actually videos released where Jeffrey Jackson was talking about money, and this was not for the public. This was a personal meeting. He was a spy, and I'll if you don't mind, I'll give you my email or whatever, and we can exchange information. I'll send you the video or audio, and you got Jeffrey Jackson saying that there was to make a long story short, that there was a problem in some Spanish country or Hispanic country. I don't remember which one off the top of my head. And they were picking on the fact that there were brothers and sisters who were taking the cardboard boxes that the Awakes and Watchtowers came in and some bottles, whatever they were from the Kingdom Hall, and they were selling them at a local place. And they talked about how that belongs to Jehovah. And not them. They literally stooped down low enough to want the recycles from a poor country. I'm just seeing absolute satanic practices, absolute selfishness from these people. They can't think of anyone. They don't do any charity. I mean, even the Catholic Church, are as bad as they are, they do more charity than they could ever dream of.
Yeah, my wife was telling me that witnesses claim to do charity, but she was saying, well, my wife is not an ex-Jehovah's Witness or Foreign or anything, but she says that they don't do anything, yet they claim that they do. Which is really interesting that you said that. And I'm like, it's one of those things that I notice is that they put this front that they go and help people in other countries and say that on their broadcast, but in reality, they only give aid to members that are there to the congregation to give out to who they feel is necessary.
No doubt. Oh, you have somebody in the comment section that says, Suzanne Moffat says, hello from Arizona.
Oh, tell them I said hello.
and he says hello, hon.
My fellow Arizonian.
Right. Yeah, man, I'm really proud of you and the work that you've done. I didn't have a show, and I was listening to you. And I know people hate Lloyd Evans, and I don't agree with the man either, but I don't disregard that he opened up our eyes to some things. I learned. It took me a while to find Six Screens. It wasn't. I think because he's not monetized, it doesn't pop up as easily, you know. And I respect that he doesn't want to be monetized, but I think he would have more traffic if he did, because the algorithm changes. But I digress.
Well,
just simply stating, I appreciate everybody that has some kind of light to shine. I don't care what you. We're all imperfect, and we all make mistakes, you know, and we're all going to disagree.
That's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, for sure, man.
So,
but you and I think you and Smurf Girl have done a little work together too, haven't you?
Yeah, we've done stuff for a long time.
Yeah, and she's been on this show, I think, before I was on it, way before I was.
Yeah, she's one of the ones that introduced me to the Masonic parts, because I mean, just cool. Really quick, I was talking to her when I first learned about this stuff, working with the police, and I actually I actually got like some equipment and books and stuff from the Masonic Lodge for Jehovah's Witnesses, and I didn't know what it was because I didn't know anything about Masons. And then I went to go sell it on eBay, and then I said something to Smurthgirl on her channel, and then I got a law firm called me 2 minutes and 47 seconds after leaving a message and threatened me. And that's when I went, "Oh, I got to find out about this Mason stuff. Like, what is this?" And then that's when I started talking to Smurthgirl, and that's when I learned about the Mason part of Jehovah's Witnesses upbringing, and then their teachings and all this other stuff that I've learned over the few years. But if you guys have seen my channel, you guys heard me talk about all this weird stuff and all their spiritualism and all this other. My opinion is I think it's a form of Satanism, like cultic practice that's built in the Zionist format to make it palatable for the audience. It's kind of how I think of it, and that's my opinion, though.
You know, to give a little comedic break, I think it was, forgive me if I say his name wrong, is it Eddie Griffin, the comedian? He was an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and he was raised as one, at least. And he said, I escaped them motherfuckers. Sorry to swear, everybody. But like, he has a whole skit about it, and he says, man, they got the yellow book, the blue book, the purple book, the green book. He's like, the orange book. They got every book. Like, God left something out. And he goes on and calls out the religion. And I think it's powerful that a lot of other people see it for what it is. And then he makes the point that Jehovah's Witnesses use the devil to scare you. And he said, man, I know the Bible. The devil ain't nothing but a bitch. He's like, he ain't got no power. It's the power that the people put over you, basically, was his point. And I have to completely agree with that. Satan, all he can do is influence, if he even exists. It depends on what you believe in. But they made Satan the boogeyman, and they made us fear Armageddon, that we're gonna die, and that the end's coming any moment, and nothing's happened, right, Bo? I mean, like. We haven't seen anything. And you know what? Then you go to the world and you see that they talk about orgies and everything. I'm like, where's the orgies? Where's all the damn, you know, not for nothing. I think so-called worldly people have better morality than the witnesses.
Well, I mean, definitely that. I mean, most people who are not associated don't let people touch their children and then hide it and then tell people that the people touching their children are divinely inspired. You know, I mean, that's insanity.
Now, were you abused by your parents in the organization at all, like I was, or did they physically hit you?
I was.
Yeah, I was too.
I was
to an abusive point, because it's just a common trend that I see in Watchtower.
Yeah. I always tell people I have never met a Jehovah's Witness that doesn't know someone or who was abused themselves. To this day, I've never met anyone who doesn't know somebody or themselves was abused to this day. And I'm 40 freaking years old.
If this doesn't tell you something, Bo, that my grandfather on my dad's side, he was an ex-Mormon, converted Jehovah's Witness, then elder after the 70s when they had the arrangement made, and died an elder. Abusive man. So it kind of shows, though, like there's actually I think his name is Jerome on YouTube. Is it Praise to the Hilltop Housetops, or I can't remember the name of his channel, but he shows the irony of the similarity of Jehovah's Witnesses and the Latter-day Saints. They both talk about not leaving their organization, and I might play the video one day on my show, but it's pretty interesting to see that they really aren't unique. They're following a pattern of what other cults follow. What do you think?
No, I agree with you 100%. My wife has a book that talks about cults and cult tactics, and it's really interesting because the different types of cult groups that we dealt with the child abuse stuff, like Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, and then Scientology, if you look at them, you'll see that their functionality is almost identical. And some of their terminologies are either the same or they're the same with just for different vocabulary. Like if you guys ever check out that like Combating Cult Mind Control by Stephen Hassan, that's really interesting because it's basically reading cult tactics and what they do, and it's like you're looking at Watchtower.
So interesting.
But yeah, the more and more we learn about cults, because me and my wife have become obsessed about learning about cults, the more and more I realize that they're not unique. And like you said, they're just following a pattern that is, I guess, successful. That's the best way I can say it.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. You're right on the money. I agree with what you're saying, dude. And you know what? I don't know who's more successful. I know the Latter-day Saints are rich too, and they have more members. But like, damn, for the amount of members, which is I think low, 8.5 million, that compared to the rest of the world, I've heard they're billionaires, borderline almost trillionaires. And I don't know why they're begging for money if that's the case, but I'm sure that they're used to a certain amount and they see that there's a decline. So they're trying to, because I study all the bullshit literature, well, not all of it, but some of it, the daily text mostly in the Watchtower. And even in the daily text, they're asking you to donate, you know? I mean, I never seen that before in the 80s, 90s when I was raised.
Yeah, I know some of my family members tell me that Watchtower doesn't ask for money, and I show them the videos of them asking for money, and they're just like shocked. And they're like, "Oh," which is weird because I'm like, "Well, don't you watch these things that are playing that you're supposed to?" But yeah, I know that most people don't. They just like sit there in like a daze, which my understanding is actually on purpose because they're trying to enter the subconscious of the mind by being so monotone and boring.
Hey, Bo, Debbie Moore in the comment section, a friend of mine, she wanted to know what's the name of the book that your wife was reading.
Oh, I have it right here. Let me go get it.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
So people can look it up. Oh, no, I'm glad to do it. You know, you guys are taking the time to speak to me.
Yeah, no, if my audience wants to know something, yeah, sure. We have a lot of deep thinkers here in the audience, and myself included. I'm not as much a reader. I gotta do audiobooks. I don't know. I when I read, my mind just goes. It starts to think about what am I gonna make for dinner, or I got to do this and that for today.
So I apologize to the audience. You're going to see a channel called Trek Wars, which is a YouTube channel that I have that I'm under for, and it's too hard to for my account. So I apologize, guys. It's not under my Ex-Jehovah's Witness channel, but it's under my Star Trek channel, which does nothing to do with any of this subject matter, just so you guys are aware. So if you see Trek Wars on there, that's me. That's my email address, and then that's my book that you guys are asking for. I do ask, though, if I know this is going to sound kind of rude, but please don't reach out to Trek Wars channel and then talk about Jehovah's Witness stuff, please.
Is Trek Wars for a Star Trek like channel?
Yes, it is.
Okay, like the same way that there's a Star Wars theory or something like that. You cover Star Trek stuff. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, I was more of a Star Wars fan, but one thing that I love about Star Trek, because I used to, being raised in the 80s, 90s, born in 81. What was it? Star Trek with Picard. What was that one? Captain Picard.
That is Star Trek Next Generation.
Next Generation. Thank you. I watched that one all the time, and there was some really cool episodes. There were some boring ones, but the coolest thing that came of this is that when the Jehovah's Witnesses started calling the Borg, and Debbie Moore, my friend, didn't know this. She said, "Eric, why do they call it the Borg?" And the reason why they do is because the Borg were all cybernetic or transhuman organisms that all felt the same way, felt and thought the same way. They were all part of the Borg. They didn't have a self-identity. And that's exactly what Jehovah's Witnesses are. Do you agree? As a Star Trek fan?
Yeah. It's really, really funny that you say that, because so many people, when I started my old channel, they made this reference all the time, calling them the Borg.
Yeah.
Yeah, and being a Star Trek fan, I absolutely loved it. I mean, I got a big kick out of it. I even one time I made something, in the Borg thing, like we are the Borg, but I said we are the Watchtower. We're here to like get your money and a bunch of other crap, like the same terms, just slightly changed it. But
there's a lot of cool things. There's actually a lot of like occult themes in movies almost. Like I don't mean to go too off topic, but then you got Star Wars and they had The Mandalorian, which season 3 absolutely stunk. But the first 2, he was made an apostate because he took his helmet off, and I couldn't help to think all this apostate talk. It just triggered me so much because they were ignoring him.
Yeah.
He came and saved the day with his ship and beat up a dragon or whatever, or something in the water, and they still ignored him. And I just thought of how I've had collectively 9 reinstatement letters to try to get reinstated, my wife and I. The second time for me, the first time for her, and rejected all times. And it's just like it hits home. Some of these people that write these books, novels, movies, scripts, they must have some connection to some kind of shunning like that. Something made them write this.
Well,
even if they knew somebody that went through it. Because go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I can't say the name, but I have an acquaintance that is in Hollywood that is a movie producer.
Okay.
And some of this dark stuff that we talk about, and it's not a huge conversation, but I had with him in passing, and I asked him, I said, are these rumors true about this dark stuff I hear about? And then he looked me in the eye and he said, yes, and it's worse than you'd ever imagine. And then I never asked him about it again because I don't want to know. I was like, yeah, this is I'm going to step away from this. But yeah, so, and then, I mean, I'm sure your audience is aware that Jehovah's Witnesses in Hollywood have a really, really close connection.
I'm not aware of it, actually. Do you mind elaborating?
Absolutely. So
I might be aware of it, but I might not know what you're talking about in the moment. But go ahead. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Sure. So if you Google famous Jehovah's Witness movie stars, you will see a huge list of actors and actresses that are associated with Jehovah's Witnesses, and they fall into 3 categories. They are either active Jehovah's Witnesses, former Jehovah's Witnesses, or they grew up as Jehovah's Witnesses. And it's really, really big with the African community. So most of your your African American movie stars have some kind of acquaintance or some kind of ex-acquaintance supposedly with the society. And I'm talking about Jay-Z, Biggie, and I don't know if the audience would know who these people are, but if you just go and look them up, you'll see that. And I actually had a video where I took dozens of clippings, which doesn't exist anymore because I got banned. But
just so I can understand, are you saying that like Jay-Z and Biggie were a part of the Illuminati? Is that what your point is?
No, I'm just saying that like they had commentary in magazines and stuff saying that they were raised with Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh, they were raised with Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. So, but I thought,
well, he calls himself Jehovah, so we know that. We know that about Jay-Z. Right? Yeah. He calls himself Jehovah. Is that correct?
I honestly don't know.
No, he actually does. He calls himself Jehovah. You didn't know that? Yeah, he does. And then Biggie has a song. I'm just backing you up with what you're saying. Biggie has a song about suicidal thoughts, and in that, or something like that, suicide. I think it's suicidal thoughts. Or I could be confusing that with the Australian band, but it's about suicide regardless. And he says, when I die, F it, I'm going to hell. I don't want to go to heaven with the goody goodies. F paradise, I'd rather roll dice. God would probably have me on some strict shit. Not getting something, I'll edit it all. But all those lyrics reminded me with paradise and stuff. I'm like, okay, so maybe he was a witness. There's a lot of rappers that actually were witnesses. I think, shoot, what's the guy who talks like this, like Ja Rule? Yeah, he was I had to try to mimic his voice. Ja Rule was raised as a witness. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I remember him, and then the Wayans brothers. They were witnesses, or they are witnesses. And then, but what I was trying to get at is,
Selena, the tennis player.
religion. Yeah, well, yeah, she's the most famous one, like currently right now. But
Right.
yeah, it really surprised me how many there were.
Williams.
Blind.
What'd you say?
So I mean, I think that to me that's a really strange coincidence. You have so many former ex or someone associated, and they just happen to be in Hollywood. Because you think about like witnesses are pretty small. We're about 1 million in the United States, if I remember the data correctly. And I think, okay, well, 1 million people, and you think about how the Hollywood elites, like, what are the odds that these people are? So many of them are Jehovah's Witnesses or former Jehovah's Witnesses or born with Jehovah's Witnesses. Like, how is that happening?
Right. They've really infiltrated our people, like our nation and the world. America, I think, probably got the worst of it just because we're a richer country, but Africa got pretty beat up too, didn't they? But they're leaving. Africa's fleeing. They have serious problems in Nigeria and South Africa. I think there's been reports of like 6,000 people leaving from a circuit overseer. You can't believe everything on Reddit, but I do believe that, you know, I take at least it into consideration.
So if I understand what you just said, that there are lots of Jehovah's Witnesses leaving, or lots of people in Africa leaving Jehovah's Witnesses, is that what you're saying? Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, there was some Reddit posts where people were just displaying what was happening from their circuit overseer visit, and the circuit overseer said that they admitted that there was a massive like dropout from the Jehovah's Witnesses, and they lost 6,000 members. And the circuit overseer was coming down on the brothers and sisters, saying, "What are you doing to like get? You're not doing your job to keep people in and to like encourage them." And it discouraged a lot of members and some of the peonies, physically and mentally. And this is a person's comment on Reddit, so you can you can only like take it so far without the evidence of proof, but it's still the word on the street. And the word on the street is that the circuit overseer discouraged a lot of the peonies, and they are only making meetings to do their parts. And Rick on his show last week had talked about that, just a different side of it, but it was Africa too. Africa's bleeding out, and their numbers have digressed to the point where, or shrunk to the point where it's like back to 2005. Like it's just not good. They had a massive exodus
really
from COVID.
And
I hope it's true.
Say, what was? Did they know what the reason was?
The region, like Nigeria.
I mean, I've heard that.
Yeah. It was Nigeria.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people woke up from COVID. A lot of people have spoken to me recently, said that COVID was what woke them up.
Yeah, Rick calls it the great cult killer, and I have to agree. COVID, you know why? Because COVID let everybody at home, and they didn't make meetings, and they got a break from the indoctrination. And I think it's turned everyone apathetic. There's also a lot of chatter that people are just not there anymore. They're not participating. They're broken. You know, it's the best thing that happened. Oh yeah, you know what? Someone else said that brought up a point in the comment section. Jay, he said Tupac Shakur trying to find Jehovah. He talked about Jehovah too, actually, in Paradise and stuff like that. In his
that's interesting.
Yeah, there was a lot of musicians. What about Bob Marley? Right? He talked about Jah all the time too. Who knows what his upbringing was, but but that's a Rastafarian thing, I believe.
Besides Jehovah's Witnesses, are there any other? I mean, besides like satanic cults, obviously, because I know in Mexico that Jehovah is another name for Satan. But are there other like religious groups that actually use Jehovah?
Good point. I wouldn't be the expert on that. That would be tomorrow's show on the on the religious part of it that I'm not into as much. I have a hard time with religion. I'll listen to a couple shows tomorrow, but yeah, I don't know. Who else uses? Well, the Rastafarians use Jah. They do. The Rastafarians do. The Jamaican culture, they use Jah.
Someone said Mormons use Jehovah.
Mormons, really? Did they use Jehovah or Yahweh?
No, Jehovah.
They use Jehovah? No kidding. Wow.
But that would make sense to me, because I know that Jehovah Witnesses, Mormons, and then Scientology, when we were researching them, the people financing them was the Rockefellers.
Okay.
And those people were trying to create a Zionist movement. And there was, I forgot the name of, it's on my phone, but I would have to look it up. I can't remember the name of the which Rockefeller it was, but he was actually financing, what's his name? The guy who did Jehovah's Witnesses, Russell, or Charles Taze Russell. And then also the Russells are the ones who created Skull and Bones, like the family, the Russells.
Wow.
A lot of people don't know that.
That goes back to the Bushes. The Bushes were in the Skull and Bones. Well, that's not back. Actually, it's reverse. But yeah, the Bushes were in Skull and Bones. And what college was it? I don't remember that they went to. But secret societies have existed for a long time.
Yeah, it's just interesting how the founders' family have created several like secret societies. Like you got Skull and Bones, which is, you know, a political secret society for the most part, and then you have Jehovah's Witnesses, and then there was another one that they're really, really close to. But I thought, there's a Masonic Jehovah's Witness lodge, but I don't know what it actually is called, unfortunately.
Huh. I wouldn't doubt it.
So do you guys know why? I think this is kind of strange, but I've noticed that a lot of Jehovah's Witness YouTubers just generally don't talk about Jehovah's Witnesses and their attachments to like the occult and Satanism. I've noticed that this is like a subject that like a lot of the channels avoid. Do you guys know, like, are they being pressured not to talk about it? Are they afraid? Or does anyone have any insight on this?
I think that, to be honest with you, this is a problem with people not accepting the fact that, like, all right, like you have to be awake enough to know that the government's even involved with it. Because my family, they're clueless about everything and anything. I've tried to explain some things, and all I got was ridicule. To answer your question, I think that the witnesses, they're just running away from the truth, even though they say they're the truth. They're scared of it, and okay. Just can you rephrase your question again so I can answer it better?
So I've noticed that a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witness YouTubers do not speak about Jehovah's Witnesses connections to the occult. And when I say the occult, like I'm talking about like Satanism, or just like these like worshipers of Bahamut, you know, which is why
they're too shut down. They're too shut down to answer all of those questions. They're not awake enough to even recognize that exists. We have a guy that comes on Rick's show. His name is Fritz Springmeyer, and he shows the connections to the Illuminati and Jehovah's Witnesses, and that there's a bloodline with Charles Taze Russell. He comes on every once in a while, and he'll do his testimony, and he's kind of connected with Alex Jones. Well, love him or hate him. Alex Jones has taught critical thinking, and maybe some things that he said is wrong, but a lot of things he said has come true, a lot. And I think that, like my mother, she can't even understand that, like my wife is a very intuitive and empathic person and can feel energy. And when her aunt committed suicide, she woke up from it and said something's wrong with my aunt. And I told my mother that, and she said that's the demons. So that's the mentality of the average Jehovah's Witness. Everything is demonized. Everything that but like when you think about it, especially the Native Americans, which my wife has some of that blood in her, a good amount of it, and they're connected to the earth. They're connected to energy, and we're all made of energy. And my mother thinks that me thinking that people are made of energy is demonic. And I'm like, So to answer your question, I think the witnesses they can't even accept the most basic things, you know. So yeah, I mean they're emotionally, spiritually, and intellectually stunted from the organization, is my opinion.
It's funny you say that, because there was a priest that is not associated with Jehovah's Witnesses, obviously, or ex-Jehovah's or anything, and he was talking about how certain satanic organizations are trying to teach that supernatural things don't even exist, like Jehovah's Witnesses. Jehovah's Witnesses say that really nothing supernatural really happens, and that if anything does happen, then they just say it's demons, and there's nothing. There's demons, and that's it. And then Jehovah doesn't do anything. But unless they get money, then apparently Jehovah's there when they get money.
Right. Madness.
Yeah, it's
Such
funny.
a good point.
People feel bad for Watchtower, it's demons, but then when they get money, then it's Jehovah, and like, which doesn't make any sense. It's like, well, if this is protected by Jehovah, then that's Jehovah's will for them to get sued for $40 million. And then, you know, them talk about burning their enemies, and then the Hawaiian Islands happen to go light up on fire, you know, coincidences like that.
Just to throw it out there, if anybody wants to talk to Bo from Arizona, XJW Arizona, you can call in and chat, but we love hearing him talk. But just thought I'd throw it out there.
You know what?
It's getting late, but the comment section is going good, and we all appreciate what you have to offer us, man. It's really good hearing from you. Thanks for talking to us. I'm glad you called in. How'd you know about us, anyways?
Rick,
you've known Rick for a while.
Someone introduced me to Rick. Yeah, well, we're acquaintances. He helped get my word out when I was doing my investigation, and he helped me talk to people and stuff.
Oh, that's really cool, man. I'm new to this all, not to it all, but to Rick's show. And like I said, I knew your channel before Rick's.
Well, yeah, I appreciate you guys listening to me and letting me talk. I'm just trying to get the word out. I really want people to be aware of what the organization is and does, and then be safe. My main concern is I want people to be safe and know that these people knocking on your door are dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't the Caleb and Sophia videos tick you off?
Yeah, especially since that was my daughter's name.
It's getting bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty disturbing. There was one thing that happened to me was when I was younger. There was a girl that was trying to have a relationship with me, and then one day she broke down at my house and then told me that she was sent there by Watchtower. And this person was not a Jehovah's Witness. She's a cheerleader, normal. And I was like, what are you talking about? And she told me that her parents were Satanists, and that they were told by Watchtower to come to here to try to get me to get her pregnant. And I was like, what the hell did you just say? And this is before I knew all the stuff that I've been telling you guys. And I was just like, what? And I was like, you know, in my mind, I just thought like all witnesses, but all religions were just, you know, crazy nuts. And then now as an adult, I think back at that situation, and I can't believe like it didn't dawn on me then what I am thinking now. Like I just feel kind of like silly, and I just want people to understand, like, even though we see it in our face, sometimes you just don't see the cards until so many people put those cards one at a time, and then it just dings, and then you feel like, oh, hey, this is the truth. This is what's really going on. And then you wake up. And I just want to appreciate everyone here and you talking about this stuff. I want people to speak, because I've heard stories that woke me up about things I didn't understand because of people like you guys.
Yeah, man. And you know what? We appreciate you, dude. We all of us are just coming together, and we're trying to do our best to expose justice and truth, you know, because only Jesus is the truth. Even you and I and everyone listening, and all the programs and all the YouTube channels, and they're not the truth. All we can do is expose the truth, but Jesus is the truth. And even if you don't believe in the Bible, because I'm not really, just people call me agnostic because of my weird way of Christianity. I have a kind of a dark side of looking at it, or maybe a more realistic version of it. You know, I don't see God as all loving. But anyways, I won't get into that. But the main point being is just that. Oh, go ahead. Were you trying to say something?
No, I just said I agree.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Just my point being is that we all are going down a journey of waking up, and we keep coming into the conclusion of certain things because the truth, the scum, whatever you want to call it, rises to the top, and we're all noticing it. Even if we don't agree on all the subjects, we still recognize just the corruption and just there's truth, the truth about the truth, basically, the so-called truth.
Yeah. What is it, Barbara?
Oh, I just want to add, because this person is talking about Arizona. I'm just going to interrupt you for 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Someone in the comment section, Clooney, CLUNY, says all my Arizona Kingdom halls. Oh, I got cut off. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it. All of my Arizona Kingdom halls, let's see if I can find it, are gone. Encanto Central on Roosevelt, Glendale, Sunny Slope on Hatcher, left Arizona in 72. So, wow, that's quite a bit of Kingdom halls that closed down. Do you know any of those?
To be honest with you,
You've been out for a while.
In the Kingdom Hall in
Good for you, man. Don't do it.
20 something years.
Yeah, no doubt. That's awesome. Don't you feel liberated and free?
I heard though what she's saying.
Yeah.
What?
Don't you feel liberated and free from it though?
Oh my gosh! I went into a Kingdom Hall a couple of years ago to get some paperwork because of a child molestation case that we're dealing with, and I was sitting there waiting, and there's just something heavy about the atmosphere of being in that place. It just feels, and then people all smiling and coming trying to talk to you and being all fake and stuff, and everyone that came up to me, I was like, I'm here to get records for CSA, and they left me there for like 15 minutes, and I finally talked to someone, and I said, hey, do you want me to say this to everyone who comes up to me? Because I don't know who these people are who are asking me. I'm here because of a request for paperwork. And then they finally pulled me in this back room because they didn't want people to hear me saying that. And I was like, I was trying to be courteous.
Wow.
But yeah, there's just, I don't know. I mean, there's something dark about the organization. It's just weird. Excuse me.
Can you remind the audience how to get a hold of you again? Because Johnny in the comment section, he probably didn't hear when you plugged yourself. But do you mind doing that again?
Oh yeah, let me put the type it out for them.
No problem. But he said, to quote him, he said that he is very interesting, and I would like to know how I can stay in touch with him, or YouTube channel or something. But I know that you're struggling.
Yeah, I think it's going to get taken down here in the next couple of days by the information that's sent to me today. I just found this out. Like, I was having a family dinner, and then I happened to go look at something, and I see all these messages telling me that I've been hit for all these reasons, and I'm like, oh, this is great. And then I figured, oh, you know what? And then I just happened to be on my phone, and I saw that Rick's thing was live, and I said, you know what? I think I'm going to go see what's going on here. And I don't know, I just felt like I should talk, I guess, before
cool,
I did.
Man. I'm glad you did.
Hey, guys. Hey, Eric.
Hey, Tim.
Well, yeah, hi. That's Bo, is it?
Yeah, it's Bo. You got something to say to him? Go ahead and talk.
So your channel is the Bo Benson channel, isn't it?
Yes, it's called the Bo Benson Show, is what it's called right now. That's the new one.
I sometimes listen to it. I was going to say, Eric referenced a comment I made earlier when I rang in about the beards in the military photo. Yeah, I got that off your channel. You were the one that talked about it, I'm pretty sure. Did you make a video about the beards in the witnesses?
No, I did not. Can I answer your question? I should have gave credit to Mikey from Mikey and Kim. He talked about it, and he triggered my thought process because I wasn't in the military, but I was an auto body, and Mikey from Mikey and Kim was absolutely correct. they showed a military picture, and maybe that's where you saw it from, because I stole it.
I thought it was on both.
No, yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you said, did I just make a video about abuse? I didn't hear about the military part. No, I did not.
No, the beard thing. No,
the beard thing. That was Mikey and Kim. I stole that from them. But I caught on to it, and I thought I'd use it. But I admit when I hijacked somebody's thoughts. No, it was Mikey that came up with that.
I mentioned it myself, and I got it from someone's channel. I thought it was Bo's, but I was going to say
I don't have a channel. This is the only way I broadcast this through, right? Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, that's cool. And
how are you doing tonight? You having a good night, Tim?
Oh no, I just pulled over. I'm driving, so it's afternoon here.
Oh, okay. Tonight, yeah, it's not tonight. 15-hour difference about. And you're Sunday, right?
Yeah,
it's Sunday where you are.
5.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 p.m.
Oh, okay.
No,
that's always good hearing from you. I miss Brad and Calvin. All you guys are great from Australia.
But my username in the comments is Tim T. So when you
it is Tim T. Okay, I figured. My intuition was telling me that's who that is.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries. Okay. Well, no, I was going to say good to hear Bo on, and I do like watching his stuff because I'm way into all the conspiracy factism and all that sort of stuff. So, and
well, I'm glad that you guys. I'm glad there's people who watched it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love that stuff. It's bloody good. The thing is, like, I think that Eric's right about why witnesses don't touch it is because, they don't understand this conspiracy going on in the normal government, just like Eric said. So they're not taught to question authority in the witness organisation, so they certainly don't question in the world, and that's why they believe everything the government says. So when they went along with all that COVID nonsense, it's why, because they're used to being compliant. They've got that compliance is built into a witness mindset. They don't question, and because they're told to stay out of politics, well, then they don't even look beyond what the media tells them. That's it. That's my opinion on that, anyway.
Yeah, I could see that. I do see a huge disconnect with ex-witnesses and understanding what the government does, and that the government is, it's bad people, just like the Watchtower has bad people. You can't just trust them. You need to pay attention to what they're doing, and if they say something to you, you should absolutely fact check them. Like I always tell people who listen to me, if I'm telling you something and I'm wrong, don't hesitate to reach out and tell me I'm wrong, because if I find out I'm wrong, I want to know. I don't want to tell people wrong information.
Yeah, some's just speculation anyway. So I mean, at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong to ask questions. That's how we learn, in my opinion. But I have to go. Good to chat. I've got to drive again, but yeah, I've been enjoying listening when I could. So yeah, have a good one, everyone.
Yeah, cheers, man, and have a great night, brother. Thanks for calling in, Tim.
No worries.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. All right, guys, I'm going to let you guys go. I thank you guys so much for letting me talk. I really appreciate it. It really
no problem.
Me to let me my piece.
Yeah, we're glad to have you on. Hey, I don't know if you have anything to write down or I don't know if you have anything to write down and put on your phone, but we have a big audience that's very open-minded to conspiracies and stuff. And if you ever want to come on the show again with me, I can give you my email and I'll give you my phone number from there if you want to chat.
Absolutely, that'd be great. In the messaging system on the video for Rick YouTube channel, I put my email address in there.
Okay.
Do you want to send me your you want to send me your?
I'm just gonna get. I'm gonna. Is it okay if I say my email over the phone? I mean, over the right now.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
It's my name, and it's Eric. It's all lowercase. It's ERIK. C is in cat. U is in umbrella. B is in boy. L is in Larry. ER Kubler. So Eric Kubler, 1981 at Gmail.
1981 at Gmail.
Gmail. Yep.
Okay. All right. I got it. I will send you a response in the morning.
Yeah.
And I would be really, really glad to maybe work something out and communicate together. That would be wonderful.
I wake up really late on Sundays, but I'll get back to you.
I promise not to send you anything really early.
No, it's okay. It doesn't notify me like that. I won't wake up to it.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah,
and,
thanks for calling us, Bo. We were really glad to hear what you had to say, and we really appreciate you, man. It was really good hearing from you. I'm glad how like us activists can all connect, you know.
Definitely. That's how we get the word out. I appreciate it. All right, guys. You all have a good night, and thank you.
All right, Bo. Thank you. You have a great night. Well, there you go, guys. It was nice to have a fellow YouTuber on. Good to hear from Bo. Oh, is it Benson? Good to hear from him, XJW Arizona. I'm so glad to. Well, there's a bunch of questions now that he's gone from the comment section, but it is what it is. But yeah, it's always good to hear from other people, and it's always good to know that we're all on the same side, even if we disagree with some things. We all know that Watchtower is wrong, and we all know that we deserve to have our basic human rights. Sorry for the phone line if anybody is still on there that wants to talk. I think they're probably there's probably no one out there anymore. Let's see, it's about 12 o'clock my time. We could keep going if you guys want. Let's see what the comment section has to say. Eric, is Bo related to Ezra at Taft Benson LDS? No idea. Great show. Thanks, John Marciano. Debbie had some things to say too. Let me go back to the comment section here. All right. Debbie wants his number. I'll let you know when I talk to him. Yeah. Anyways, I thought we had a pretty good show. If you guys want to keep hearing me talk, I can keep talking. If there's anybody that wants to talk, they can speak up. I can bring up another point. We can keep going, or Rick can shut it down. It's up to him. I got a little time and energy left for me, and I got a little bit more subject matter. So what does the audience here think? Should I keep going? Eric, you should co-host with Broadcast with the Pasta Babe. I tried. I don't think a Pasta Babe and I get along really well, but the audience doesn't like me. Is there a sister trying to talk?
Yes, this is Grace. I was thinking about what Bo Benson said about things, and it's just, it was one time somebody brought up a subject, and they were like, well, everybody knows about this, and I didn't know about it. So, and that's what, when people say something, come on here and talk, it might be the first time the people hear these things. We don't realize that because everybody thinks, well, everybody knows this, but I didn't know everything, and not everybody knows everything. So, just and I was thinking about that. I joined this like 21st January of this year, and as I recall, not exactly, but maybe there were about maybe 5,000 subscribers here, and now we are 6,440 subscribers. So that's a lot of subscribers now. So it has happened something this year since I came along, and so I think it's a popular show. It's just that not everybody knows about it. And oh God, I forgot what I was going to say now. But anyway, just hearing him talk about this, and he brought up this satanic issue also. And I remember back in like year 2000, that was the first time I was thinking, this must come from Satan. This is not from God. And I felt like I was the only one who was thinking this. Like, But now everybody's talking about it, and that brings me a lot of comfort that I'm not the only one who's thinking this anymore. And
right, because
interesting.
You start to feel secluded. You start to feel like I'm the only one that feels this way, that the governing body or the Jehovah's Witnesses are going down a demonic road, and they're telling us that we're the ones that went down that road. It's almost like psychological warfare, right?
Yeah, they are pointing fingers.
Yeah, good point. Well, it's a really good point, Grace. I mean, they are pointing fingers. And isn't that what they've always done? Haven't they always pointed fingers? Look what the Catholics do. Look what the Baptists do. Look what the Protestants do. But they never let a finger pointed back at them.
And that's true. I thought I heard some gentleman in the background on the phone line, or did I hear wrong?
Me too. Know. Is there somebody trying to talk up? The phone lines are open. Well, that's that.
Sometimes I think people are sleeping on the phone line. They are talking in their sleep. So.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, everybody. I had to take care of something for a moment. But anyways, yeah, it's been a good night. We've talked a lot about a lot of things. I'm probably going to move on to another subject, just to keep the audience entertained, and that way they can come back in and give some comments. I'm supposed to end probably a while ago, but Rick went over time, and you know what? I don't mind keep going. And I asked the audience already, and they said, "Yeah, Rick, keep going." So if everybody's if I still have an audience here on YouTube and on the phone or anybody, I'm going to keep going, and I'll bring up another point and let y'all discuss it after I bring it up. So the only other thing that I came up with tonight was another daily text, and it was with it was Psalms 18:25. With someone loyal, you act in loyalty. As we get closer to the end of the system of things, great God, I've been hearing that for 140 years. We can expect challenges to come from within the congregation. Now that's interesting. Why are they expecting challenges coming from within? Apostates? I've never heard that talk before. Those challenges could test our loyalty to Jehovah, so we must keep our senses. If you feel mistreated by a fellow Christian, do not allow yourself to become bitter. If you receive discipline, look beyond the embarrassment and accept the counsel, more control, emotional control over you, and make the needed adjustments. And when Jehovah's organization makes changes that affect you personally, wholeheartedly accept them and obey the direction. Maintain your trust in Jehovah, aka the governing body, and his organizations. There you go. When your loyalty is tested, stay calm, think clearly, and see matters from Jehovah's perspective. Pray to Jehovah for help, and never isolate yourself from the congregation. Gee, who isolates people from the congregation? Then what may, Satan will not be able to separate you from Jehovah or his organization. So I thought I'd bring that up to the audience, and if anyone wants to comment on that, go ahead. I'll give my 2 cents for a little bit. But this is just more control. That's all they do now, is they control, they control, they control. As we get closer to the end of this system of things, we can expect challenges to come from within the congregation. These guys must know. They must know that they have such problems that they're telling the people preemptively, prepare yourself to be tested from even within. They must know that they're imploding and that they have PMOs. They must be very aware of it. That's what this material is telling me. If you feel mistreated by a fellow Christian, do not allow your. How about no, Scott? How about no? No way. How about I feel the way I want to feel? If someone mistreated me, I get to say, hey, you mistreated me. Don't feel this way. What are we, 10? Sorry to go on a rant, everyone. I don't even know who's listening anymore. It's getting late. Let's see. Johnny Cristomo. Keep going, please. It's like therapy for me, especially right now. I've had a disaster flood in my flat and can't afford to call out emergency plumbers. So this is keeping my mind off dilemma. Well, you know what, Johnny? I'm really happy to keep your mind off of. I'm so sorry, first of all. I'm curious what disaster you went through, where it was. You said it was a flood in your flat. Is this England or Europe? But this is horrible. There are horrible things happening, and you know what? If the least goddamn thing, excuse my language, that I can do for people is to, I'm a sinner, you know, I just swore, but if the least thing I can do is try to help people and comfort them, you know, the best I can. I don't necessarily believe in prayers, but you're in my thoughts. I do believe in God and Christ, but I don't know if prayers work, but you are in my thoughts, Johnny, and I hope you're okay. And the tower is coming down, Hadash Akusani. Yeah, I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. But yeah, they are falling all along the Watchtower, like the Jimi Hendrix song. And that Watchtower is falling down. They're crumbling. It's like the tower, if we have any Lord of the Rings nerds fans here, it's like Sauron's tower when the ring gets destroyed and he's crumbling and the eye is looking frantically everywhere. And it's like, how did this happen? That's what the governing body are doing. We're watching in slow motion the Watchtower crumbling, and the eye, the satanic Sauron eye, is moving all around trying to fix every little thing as it's coming down. But a good point. I think someone was trying to talk. On the phone line.
It's easy to, I mean, even bad people have friends. I mean, Satanists, they have friends that are Satanists, and I mean, even rude people have friends that perhaps treat them better, I guess. But I mean, it's really hard. It's much more hard to be nice to somebody who isn't nice. And it's like when Jesus hanged on the cross, he said, Father, forgive them because they don't know what they are doing. So,
sure. And
I think the most important thing for me that I have been really working on, and I'm not perfect at it, but it's a work in progress, that I try to love people that are not that lovable, people that are not so nice. I try to love them as much as I can, and especially if there is somebody who is an ex-Jehovah's Witness, I feel compelled to try to love them, because I'm really worried, like, if people commit suicide, and I know Rick brought up somebody who committed suicide this evening, and it really troubles me. And even if they are in the congregation also, of course, it troubles me. And we had a guy here that was experienced in what he did, and he still died. And I was just thinking maybe he did it on purpose. And it's just really, but I think if somebody is really annoying a person, if possible, I try, like, if somebody annoys me, I try to remove myself from the situation, and then maybe I talk to them some other day, and then possibly I have forgotten what the argument or what they said to me, but I mean, we have to remember that people are not perfect, and but about this mistreatment, everybody, I guess, feels mistreated at some point. There's not a lot you can do about it, actually. You can only control your own emotions. That's what a person can control. I can't control how anybody else treats me, and some people maybe have a bad day, and then they say something they later regret. So we have to think about this more, I feel.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm just going to read some comments in the comment sections. Some people wanted to say some stuff. Let's see here. Oh, the guy that I was talking to, Johnny, he said that, yes, Eric, I'm in London and his pipes burst in his flat and he just paid his rent and bills for the month, left him with only 35 pounds on emergency plumber, costs 85 pounds. They want, I can't read that part. They want to come out at 6 a.m. Sunday morning. So yeah, I'm sorry you're going through it, brother. There's all kinds of shit. Yeah, let's just be honest. It's after hours. Shit happens. Debbie Morris said, Johnny, what caused your flood? Pipes and ceiling toilet laundry, or any tool? Do you have any tools? You know, that's the beautiful thing about our community is that we always care about one another. Um, to answer some questions previously, because I like to interact with the people in the comments section. There was somebody asking what happened to Daniel, and I don't even know if they're on anymore or listening. That was way in the earlier in the show. But Daniel's just going through something right now, and he can't do the show. So I'm filling in until he can come back. But hopefully he'll come back and he'll be okay. Just we all go through some shit sometimes, and we just got to get through it. I know. But yeah, anyways, let's see if there's anybody else that wanted to talk in the comment section. I'll just scroll a little bit more because I like to include everybody, especially after hours. Yeah, that about does it for now. Bob Roberts was asking what happened to the show or whatever. It's just kind of freestyle, I guess, now at this point. But to answer your question, Bob Roberts, I was talking about the daily text for January 24th in 2024, and just how they're telling you how to feel if you've been mistreated by a fellow Christian. You can expect challenges to come from within the congregation in the future. I don't know why that is, but I do. If you receive discipline, look beyond the embarrassment. And we were talking about Bo, it was really cool to have Bo. Don't you guys agree? It was awesome to have Bo on from XJW Arizona. He had made a lot of good points, and we were talking about the Illuminati and the similarities with them and Watchtower. And it's good for people to hear this because I know it's uncomfortable, but you know what? I think our audience is pretty awake and knows that our government is after us, that our government has hidden agendas, secret agendas. They have a shadow government. Not everybody can dig it. Not everybody can open their mind to it, but it's out there if you do the research. And I see the similarities. It's actually, I came across the truth of our governments like chemtrails and stuff like that before I came across the truth of our own religion, the Jehovah's Witnesses or cult. But that helped me. Desiree helped me get awake from our government, and that just helped me. That encouraged critical thinking, and over time, through abuse to the organization, it woke me up at night. And everybody wakes up differently, but one thing in common that we all have is that we wake up because the truth is the truth, and the Jehovah's Witnesses are not the truth. Bob Roberts says hi to my wife, Desiree. Thank you so much, man. She's in the other room because she don't want to be a part of this, but I'm sure she would say hi back. But anyways, if there's anybody else that wants to talk or on the phone lines, you're welcome to call in. Anybody in the comment section. I might wrap it up soon. If there's not too much discussion left. I mean, it's getting late. But I got a little bit more to go, I guess. Let me see if I have anything else left to discuss. I can tell you that let's see. I don't know. It won't be. So I'm off. I'm off the show next week, and then I'll have another show the week after. And I've been in contact with what's his name? Dan and Angela. What's their name? Dan and Angela, and they might do a show with me. And we have a theme for it, and I got a quick video to play from someone. I think his name is Jerome from YouTube, and we would incorporate that with the title would be "What is Truth." So hopefully we'll look forward to that, and I think the three of us will do pretty well together. What do you guys think? But anyways, yeah, so that's what's in the future, hopefully. I also want to do, I know I'm just talking out loud here, but my wife came up with a good subject matter about alcohol. I'm not touching it tonight. I got to really think about it. But I think it would be an interesting topic in the future to talk about alcohol, whether you suffer from it now, whether you are an ex-alcoholic, or whether you know somebody who is. But the main point of it is how the organization is drenched in it. And I think it'd be a good subject. It's going to be a very sensitive subject, and I'm going to have to do it right. But just as a side topic for tonight, the organization really does have a problem with alcohol. They really do. It's almost like the only thing they can have, so they overdo it. But yeah, so we got some material coming, and maybe Daniel will be back in a little bit after that, after Dana and Angela. But yes, Life After Religion, Debbie Smith is Dana and Angela's channel. But we got some things coming, and we'll see. And I think it'd be great to hook up with Bo in the future too. He was a great guest tonight to have him on, and I think everybody enjoyed listening to him as well. Is there anyone on the phone? Does anybody have anything to say before?
Yes, here was what I was thinking, that people that are suicidal, they might also drink alcohol or take something else, or a combination of things. And this is how I feel, that people who are suicidal, they might be very rude and mean and ornery, and they might not be a person who you would like, because people generally, they like somebody who is happy, who have a sense of humor, who is calm, who doesn't say rude things. People who are popular, those they have the traits of a person who wants to stay alive, who is happy, and everybody, oh, she is so happy, she is funny, she is good, she laughs, she makes me laugh, I like her, I love her, or she is fantastic. Yes, she is a person probably who is not suicidal. But people who are rude, they might be suicidal. And I get this feeling really strongly that we need to be very careful, also considering the situation in Germany, Hamburg, Germany, when he came to Kingdom Hall and shoot people. He was disfellowshipped, and was it in March of this year, I think.
Yeah. So and then what happened in India recently?
That when people call into this show, they might not, everybody is not nice. It can be because they might be suicidal, and I just have to be more patient myself also, to not be and I'm not easily offended, but I mean, I could be irritated, and I need to also work on myself and be more calm also, that I won't be easily offended, because I'm just thinking like this. What if this guy in Hamburg, Germany had called into the 6 screens and perhaps said some rude things to us? How would we have reacted? Could we have shown him love, or had we irritated him even more and made him kill even more people? What kind of place is this? Can we really show love to people who are not lovable? That's what I'm thinking. And also,
that's a good point.
like, to try to, some people might be quiet. They are just sitting in the background and just listening, because they feel so sick that they can't even talk. They can't bring themselves to talk. And I worry sometimes that somebody is sitting in the background just listening, and they are afraid to talk, and maybe they are suicidal and they feel ashamed, and they are afraid to say something, because, but I want to say there is no shame, because Watchtower really makes people sick. Watchtower makes people mentally, they get mental problems from the Watchtower, and there is no shame in feeling sick from the Watchtower. As a matter of fact, I think a normal person would get sick if they associate with the Watchtowers. So yes, that's okay. I'm finished now.
Well, thank you so much, Grace. I agree. I think people do get sick from the Watchtower. I know my mother-in-law does. It causes her physical sickness along with the mental. You know, Rick has a good show with Anne Marie where he says "touched by the tentacles of the Watchtower" because that's exactly what it's done. It's hurt so many people. But thank you so much, Grace. It's always good to hear from Grace from Sweden. But yeah, what do you guys think, huh? What a change of scenery that the Watchtower has done. This whole new light with the beards. I know I'm repeating it or beating a dead horse, but David really thinks that we're being crybabies over it, but he has no clue. Watchtower has picked on something that listen, if God didn't want us to have beards, then why does it grow on our face? And why do we have to shave twice a day? Some of us, I guess I have testosterone and I have to shave twice a day to keep these governing elder bastards off my back. I mean, these guys are relentless. Yeah, you got a shadow. It's like I shaved in the morning. I don't see them. I don't see them allowing a beard as long as mine in the organization. There's no way they would do that. The change is just so monumental. It's so much bigger than just facial hair. It's bigger than facial hair because it shows the control that they've had over us, over facial hair, over something that's natural that grows on us. Pretty stupid. And I've said this before, but there's been reports, and you can Google it. In World War II, they brought Native Americans over to the war in Germany to track and field, and they couldn't do it because they gave them a military haircut. But when they let them go natural with their long hair, they were able to track and field because long hair acts as antennas. So actually, the elders and the governing body are directly going against what even the Bible teaches, because in the Mosaic Law it says not to trim your beard. I know the Mosaic Law is abolished, but then they use the two-witness rule that's from the Mosaic Law, and that's abolished. So it's always like they speak out of their double tongues. They always like say one thing but then mean another, and they contradict themselves instantly. But I'm glad that the program's helping people. I'm glad that something for people to listen to. I try my best here to help out, to give people encouragement. I can tell you one thing, friends. I don't think there's much left of this cult. I think our family members that are hardcore into it, they're going to start looking around, left to right, right. They're going to start looking around, and there's just nobody there. There's been reports of attendance just being low. Even my brother told me a congregation that we were brought up in and then moved to the sister congregation for half of our bringing up. But the first congregation, the North or Riverside, whatever you call it, their attendance is down to like 45 to 50. And they used to be 100, 110, 120. They're shrinking big time. I don't mean to praise or repeat so much, but I think Rick is right that the COVID-19 is the great cult killer. It really did. It destroyed this religion or this cult. It gave people. We realize now that the governing body pushed personal study or whatever spiritual routine so much because they realize that the people need to have continuous indoctrination. The moment that you stop indoctrinating yourself, you can wake up. And that's why they don't want you going to college. So sad. Don't get an education because then you'll wake up to our cult. That's what it comes down to. Are they on Zoom or just gone? Who's that? Debbie Smith? I don't know what she's talking about. Let's see what else we have. Suzanne, even no, nothing here. Well, I'm running out of things to say. If there's anybody else out there on the phone line that wants to speak up.
Hey, Eric.
Yeah.
Could I add a couple things?
Yeah, please do.
When you mentioned things,
is this
sorry.
Kim?
Yes, Kim again. I was going to say, when you mentioned things like the cutting and things like that, those are when that happens. That's usually because the person is trying to cope with what they feel. It's like they can't get a control of. It's kind of like an OCD reaction. Now, I don't have a degree in this, but I did like 5 classes at JC, all right? So what I did learn, and I did some human service classes, and we went over these things, and they said, like, when they're doing that, it's because you're trying to do like kind of a thing that you can control. So because
it's absolutely a coping. It's absolutely a sick coping mechanism. If that answers your question.
Yeah, but it's actually more. It's to be a coping, but it works out to be more of a defense, and so it's not exactly going to help. Exactly, it's more destructive, but it feels at the time good because you're thinking, well, I'm stopping so it doesn't get worse, but later on you have other like problems from doing that, or it just makes your life harder or something like that. And so one thing is to try to look into why, or try to figure out, and that's why I bring it up too, to kind of to really identify the issues. It's not always bad.
It's that, and it's also the feelings of self-worthlessness that you're never enough. That's what brought it on when my personal journey through this. I can proudly say that I haven't personally cut myself in about 4, maybe 5 years, somewhere around there. I haven't marked it down, but it's been more years than I can count, so it's good. Or keep count of. I mean,
that's good.
But I like to bring it up not for self-pity, but just to know what damage that the families and what Watchtower can do to you. Always feeling like you're not good enough. What you have is not good enough to offer. You always got to. You didn't clean the Kingdom Hall with us. Well, I didn't want to. I'm tired. I have the illness, and I'm not using an excuse, but I'm not. I don't want to do it. I don't want to clean the Kingdom Hall for free. Sorry.
There's also where you might take chances and do behavior that it could be, like, let's say, go parachute gliding and doing risky behavior. That's another thing that people will do, and you'll wonder why. Wow, they sure take a lot of chances, and you're like, why? Well, because it's the same kind of principle a lot of times with some people, like that. It's because they're feeling like that. I feel like I kind of did that one a little bit. And I did get therapy, but I never told them I was in a cult. I only got therapy for what I handled in my marriage or something. And unfortunately, I really wish I did get it. But I still got a lot of help. And then I did college somewhat, where I didn't get to finish. And I let my family guilt me out and make me feel worthless, But tell you the truth, now a lot of what I learned really is coming in handy. And I do think that even if I probably never could really become like an archaeologist. I'm 62. Okay, it's not going to happen. But just to add to our conversation, hon, someone in the comment section, and he's a friend of mine, he said that he was a burner and it caused some big problems for him. And I know about this person, and he was raised within Jehovah's Witnesses. It's a problem. I've never self-harm people, whether you're a cutter or a burner. They are 1% of the population. And so between my friends that I'm just talking about, and then some other people, that's 1, 2, myself included, 3, 4. That's 5 people. And my brother from Jehovah's Witnesses alone that I know, and they're 1% of the population, self-harm people. It shows that this organization is causing some serious problems. Yeah, my twin brother, I forgot he was a burner. He would burn himself. So. Oh, no kidding. I mean, and I'm sorry. I mean, so we were brought up in like near San Francisco and all that, and it was during the times as a kid of Malawi and all this. I really think this summer's drama is probably triggering all kinds of people in Africa, and how you guys said a lot of left. I bet you that has something to do with it. Or it could also have to do with, in Nigeria, they had a really funny show that mimics Witnesses, but it's like all this flirting going on. It's really funny. There's actual series, like TV series, where they're supposedly witnesses going door to door, and they're all flirting girls and guys. Just very funny. I saw it from that XJW from there that was doing videos. He shared it and watched some of them. Hilarious. So they're awake a lot over there, more than you would think. So I don't know. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go on.
Oh no, you're fine. Someone in the comment section wanted to add what we were talking about, and it was Ron Hubbard, and he says, "I just don't see what releasing your own blood or burning your skin off does for your emotional state." And I understand that. You'd have to understand that we were in a really bad emotional state. It's a sense of not being able to cope with your trauma around you, so you have developed poor habits or poor things. Usually, psychiatrists say that it has to do with it's a coping mechanism, an unhealthy one, and there's something in your life that's causing you this emotional trauma and pain. I'll tell you one thing, and maybe I'm not looking at it correctly or not, but I guess I'd be better off hurting myself than someone else. You know, what do a lot of other people do? They get violent on other people. It's an unhealthy way to cope with it, and I can proudly say that I don't do that anymore, and it feels good to not have to bandage myself or go to the hospital for wounds. I know this is a very sensitive and taboo subject, but it is a problem. I don't even know how we ended up there. I guess I ended up talking about it, but it probably would be a discussion for another time, but or a separate discussion. But it is a problem within the organization. It's probably a topic that hasn't really been talked about much, self-harm. But I've known too many people that have done it. Even drinking can be. Someone said drinking, and even that's a self-harm thing too. Alcoholics.
I was just going to say that. So I don't think it's a big difference between drinking, shopaholic, or cutting yourself. It's the same shit. It's a coping mechanism.
Sure.
Maybe people think, oh, you're cutting yourself. But I mean, they are hurting them. If they are a shopaholic and they ruin their finances, or they go and play on games and invest money and they are a gambler, they are hurting themselves and the family.
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
Almost every form of coping mechanism may be dangerous if you overdo it. So
it's all dangerous. I'm not putting anything in a positive light. It's all bad for us. I'm just simply bringing light onto what Watchtower's done to us. How bad that they have hurt all of us.
It's a sign of it being a dangerous thing, that it's not harmless, is why I brought it up again. And I wanted you to know, not to just think, oh, why am I so terrible? I did that. You are not the only one. I've heard so many say stuff like that, and it's because it's a way of controlling what you have a hard time figuring out what's exactly the issue. We're not allowed to talk about, or we weren't allowed to talk about certain things. So then you have to do it somehow, figure it out. And so a lot of the subjects, to them, it's taboo to bring up all the questions. So then you go inward. Either you self-criticize, it's your fault. And then that behavior is also taking it out on yourself. Sometimes I know with my brother, he was angry at himself, blaming himself. So he was taking it out on himself at the time. And sometimes it was when he was drinking too. So anyway, I'm just trying to help you identify, so you're not thinking, oh, well, that's a weird thing, and criticize yourself. This is a symptom of being in an unhealthy situation that they're saying is harmless. And that is why, like, these places are trying to ban them, because they know about this. They know this is what happens. So just why I brought it up. I hope you don't mind.
No, not at all. Thank you.
Important subject, and so I mean, this is really important. And considering that Jehovah's Witnesses have a higher rate of like people are feeling emotionally bad, they have neurosis, they have depression, they have all kind of stress-related diseases like fibromyalgia, or I can't speak English, but anyway,
Neuralgia
So,
or not MS, the other one. I have that other one. I forgot to call it.
say that again, please.
Well, like there's not mono. I meant to say MS, multiple sclerosis. There's
Okay.
I forgot. There's a few different illnesses. It's because your immunity is down, and that's from being scared all the time. And I get terrible migraines, really bad ones, and I get really stiff neck, back, everything. And I used to joke that, I would say, haha, it's just rigor mortis already setting in, like dead person, and it was a joke. But you know what? After stopping believing, knowing it wasn't the truth, and doing my research, I saw a big change in my tension in my body and the panic attacks I would get before, and the migraines so bad all the time. A huge change in it, because before I didn't know where the stress was coming from exactly. Every day was relaxed and scared of demons all over the place, And I'm telling you, if you get a mirror and look at the drawings in the pictures and the corners, even the edges of the page, you will see icky drawings, like they're putting bad images, subliminal images. And I think there's some that could I don't know if that is going to actually cause anything, but it can't be good for our psyche, or our minds, because our mind and our subconscious might see those things when our regular brain doesn't notice. When you might see the picture, and growing up looking at those images, it stays in your mind, So I feel like there's all this assault on us, that even when we stop looking at that, they had an effect because it burned it into our mind or something. And like I said, body pain connections. A lot of witnesses have pain, and I'm one of them, and I'm a lot better now. And I used to have to go to the hospital right after the Kingdom Hall. I did. I had to go to the ER right after the Kingdom Hall. I'd be shaking and throwing up and headaching really bad. And how could that be God's way? It's supposed to be a what do you call it, a respite or something, like when you go there, you're comforted or something, but it isn't. All it is like training of how to be a religious, but they're not really teaching you religion anyway. I don't think. I feel like they're just telling you how to obey, and then they're scaring you to death all the time and guilting you for everything. And you're just constantly later look at yourself like you're terrible. You must be doing all these bad things. And that's what it used to do, make me self-criticize over and over. Because they make you look at yourself with a magnifying glass, that if you did one nice thing, that you probably did it for some selfish reason or something, which is terrible. Like, you can never be like, oh, good, I did something and it was positive and it helped, and you can't grow from it because you give it all to Jehovah. He did it all. You did nothing. So you never learn to grow and have confidence. And instead, they make you turn on yourself and blame yourself for everything, and then be scared on top of that. So how could anyone really grow properly? And that's what that book I told you, I think his name's Michael Nehls, Nehls, I think, Dr. Michael Nehls. It's called Indoctrinated Brain. It's on Amazon. Well, if you at least see him on, video, like at brighteon.com or something. He's at other places. I just saw him there. Maybe on rumble.com. I don't know. But he saw a connection with the indoctrinated brain when they're forcing you to think a certain way and not letting you grow a certain way. And he even talks about what's happened since the pandemic, how being all locked up, in a lockout or whatever you call it, lock-in, I don't know why I can't think of the word.
The lockdown.
When you're not able to be around people and talk,
The
that it
lockdown, yeah.
actually makes, lockdown. I don't know how I did that. But it makes your brain actually stop functioning, producing some of the hormones, and it can lead to some shrinkage, but your brain is kind of like a muscle, and so you can get some of it back. And that's why I thought to bring it up twice now, because I really saw a lot of what he was saying. I could relate it in my life, and I could see what it's doing in my mom right now. It's really sad what I see with her. No one visits her. No one.
I won't give the person's name in the comment section, but they said I am still very angry because I was raped, and I'm sorry to hear that, hon. A lot of us have a lot of anger for different things that we went through, and I'm sure anger is the least of your problems. It causes emotional problems and psychological problems. I'm really sorry you went through that. I don't know if that was from the organization. She didn't say, but my heart goes out to all victims of any denomination or any cult, or anybody that does that to you. We live in a dark world where it seems to be happening a little bit more and more, sexual violence against others, and my heart goes out to victims of that. To read another comment, someone says, and Watchtower will never apologize for CSAs or all the psychological damage they've caused. They are so arrogant and self-absorbed, so unloving. That's from Dash Akusani. Sorry if I say your name wrong. But yeah, what a good point too. They are non-apologetic because they said, Jeffrey Winder, nor do is an apology needed. I mean, these guys, I don't know why he said do. Do you think he said do because he was going to say, nor do we need to apologize, and corrected himself? But if you go back to the recording, he says, nor do, and hesitates and says, is an apology needed? He was about to say, nor do we need to apologize, and realized that would have been a big mistake. That's my opinion. Maybe not, but I caught on to the do part. I nitpick at these guys because they have to be nitpicked. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Isn't it funny when he does not get it? He crinkles his face open for not getting it either. Isn't it funny? We don't have to apologize. Right. All twisted up. It's just hilarious. Like, it's so telling, But the fact that they're even now with the big thing saying, oh, don't be divisive and talk about it. Don't think this or don't that. It's it's obviously a dictatorship. They're telling you, King Let is saying, we need to wear a beard. Oh my God. They wake up so many people. And yeah, it might be a distraction for the Japan thing. They're like giving, it's sort of like an F false, that they do to make the other things they're doing.
Basically, the governing body, the organization is the Titanic, and the governing body basically know that the ship hit an iceberg, metaphorically. It's sinking, and they're using buckets with holes in it to bail out the water. They are doomed. There is nothing, no changes, nothing. Every change that they make is going to disturb the people. There are so many old timers that will be upset. There are so many people I know that will be upset about the beard policy, both for not being able to have one all these years and having their balls busted like my dad and I, and also the people who have obeyed to it. And they're telling you, just agree with us, obey, obey, obey. Did they create that clothing line, Obey? There's a clothing line called Obey. It's a modern clothing line. It's been around for a while, and I see the subliminal message behind it, like obey your government. But I swear that's how the witnesses are.
Was it in what article was it in the latest Watchtower, or do you know where it was, this beard policy?
Do I know what?
Well, I thought there had been an article in the Watchtower about the beard policy, and do you know what number it was from the Watchtower? What date was it?
I actually am not aware of any really information being talked about in the Watchtower with beards. They kind of never really brought it up. There might be one from some time period, but they actually were clever to not really put much information about it. It was more of a he said, she said type deal, like where it was just like the elders enforced it, but they never really came out with it. They did have a Watchtower about it a little bit and said that in some lands that it's acceptable to have them, but yeah, I really don't know of any information that I think they've covered their tracks actually pretty good with the no beard policy, but they haven't because they pushed it silently.
Or it might have been the Gilead talk. I don't know. Or the Let gave it. I don't know. W. Thoughts go on it, and then he might have it in the description where it is. I don't know where he talked about it and was telling everyone. I'm not sure. Or Reddit might have something on it. But I remember for all these years they've been bringing it up. And Rick had a thing on it too, so he might know where the recent announcement was. But the other part where they talked about it for years, they would put parts about it in like watchtowers and things. I don't know, from kind of for years. The whole thing about Jesus, why they didn't put beards, I don't think it was because archaeologists. I think archaeologists back then didn't believe he existed. So I kind of think that part that they did a video that Rick played. I think that wasn't true. I remember them not wanting to acknowledge Jesus for a long time, but maybe it is. I don't know. But the thing is, Russell forbade it or whatever. Wouldn't let people wear it after he became president, and not because of the common custom, like they were saying in that video. I hate that they tell us history when they know some of us went through it. Like they think that we never saw it. That's what I notice is going on all around us right now. Everybody's telling us how we feel or what history is going on, knowing full well that's not true. We know, it's just weird. Like it's a narrative. The new narrative is what Klaus Schwab said, that we're in the time of the new narrative. And I see Watchtowers doing exactly the same thing they are, and I do think they're working with them. And they said they have religious leaders working with them. So, and they also are doing everything the way the religious leaders were doing it. You have to use Romans 13 or whatever, and 10, I guess it is, or 10:13, I forget. But there's a thing called a clergy response team, I think. And I don't know if it was with FEMA or what, but all I know is it has to do with all of them, the WEF or the UN or something. And that's how they're getting them all to do it too. And I think they got paid a lot, not to mention they have tons of, hedge funds in all those companies, including the genetics companies. So they're getting lots of money right now, and BlackRock and all that. So they are making money off of the whole thing. And then Winder says, the new governing body says, we don't want to get involved in medical things. Now that everyone's having issues, they're all coming to them for help, I guess. And he's like, we don't tell anyone any medical advice. That's what his new thing is. He's saying they don't do that. And somebody did a video showing all the updates where they did tell them to, and then showing where Governor de Blasio or whatever he is. No, not governor.
No, was it Jeffrey Winder? Jeffrey Winder?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Jeffrey Winder. He said something about how we don't want to get involved with people's medical advice, that it's not part of our, that's the head of the household, and he was saying not to be a part of that. So he completely contradicted, and someone put a video out I think it was it Jerome, or I forgive me for not knowing who it was. This is off the cuff, but someone put a video out to show the contradiction of how they pushed the jab. And now Jeffrey Winder is saying, "Oh, don't give medical advice." And it was like governing, I think there was all 8 governing body members did a talk on it, or 7 of them, 7 out of 8, I think. Is that the video you're talking about?
They're noticing this.
Yeah.
Like they're retelling history, you know.
Yeah.
Opposite. Why are they telling us that? You know, it's so weird. I've recorded that so that I have evidence. So
right.
yeah, like they're not going to get away with this. What do you call those things where you bury evidence? What do you call those?
Cat B makes a good point. The religious tax exemption 501c3. That's what the Jehovah's Witnesses are getting a tax break from, and they have to kind of conform to certain ways to get that tax cut. So they are in bed with the governments. Good point, Cat B. And does your style of dress glorify God from Bob Roberts? Yeah, no doubt. You know, it's funny too, because they talk about modesty, but what's modest? Anthony Morris is saying, if you wear yoga pants, that's not modest. You know what's not modest? Getting friggin', I almost swore, getting friggin' $900 worth of Macallan top-notch liquor and then pull into your Cadillac and take off. That's not modest as a friggin' cult leader or God's representative on earth. That's not modest. You want to talk about modesty, you fat bastard, with your big alcoholic belly sticking out, and it takes one to know one. But like, you know, I mean, I'm not judging the guy because he's an alcoholic. He went to the war, but he disfellowships people for being an alcoholic. His rules say so. I mean, nah, screw this. We all know that he's got a drinking problem, because you can't, unless he makes that alcohol stay for like a year, right? Did he get busted for his year supply? Because that was 12 bottles of top-notch booze, 40% Macallan Scotch liquor, and it came in a box. And I looked up, we all looked it up. It ranges from like $70 to $90 a bottle. I mean, you know what? I drink beer, and one 19-ounce bottle of beer is $2. I mean, geesh, you know, I'm not criticizing the guy because he drinks. I'm criticizing him because he criticizes other people who drink. It's ridiculous.
It's rules for thee, but not for me.
Well, amen to that.
You know, they're telling us we can't have it, they can.
Yep, absolutely.
Like Brother Let could have, you know, all this beachfront property or something in Georgia, I think. You know, there's a channel called, I think, Blue Envelope, and he went over what he owns through his brother picked it up, but it's his too, you know, or something. And he owns all this really good property, and yet they tell us not to, you know, have any home that's worth anything, or even buying a home seems to be looked bad in his car or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
We can't. Pardon me? I think 1 or 2 live in, what do they call those closed names? What do they call it? You know, where you can't go in them. I don't know. I don't know why I keep doing that tonight. I'm nervous. I'm embarrassed.
Oh, you did great.
Accidentally interrupting. But yeah, I recently got on Facebook, but I get so nervous because I used to be on there, you know, and well, I had witness friends then, and well, now I closed my account for the longest time, and then I went on, but it had my real name and everything, and I only have made friends with XJW, and I even have you there too. I don't know if you know that's me. I'm the one with the kitty, the little gray kitty, but I am probably going to change that. You know, but I do get a little scared. Like, is that going to out? You know, is everybody going to see my stuff there? You know, when I'm liking them, and because I get offered to sign up for some witness you know, some JW people from before. So are they seeing new stuff? It's nerve wracking. But because I have a student in my mom's name, and I'm so scared they'll go, oh, throw her out, and which I cannot be thrown out. I cannot. There won't be no way I could find a place because I have Section 8 and all that, and I don't have it on my own. I had to give mine up to live here with my mom because, of course, it was the end in 2011. We were told pretty much by 2012 it was probably the end. At least that was a local thought, you know. I mean, we're always told it's almost the end. So I made a stupid decision. So can't.
You know what? I just wanted to add a comment from the comments section that Hadash, again, he's got good comments, he or she. I'm sorry for not knowing the name. Hadash Akusani says, and sorry for getting your name wrong, but don't forget that that whatever got him, I know he's talking about Anthony Morris, whatever got Anthony Morris kicked out of the governing body, he was rewarded with a new home, probably paid for with monies from all the free labor of the rank and file. Must be nice. I absolutely agree to that because we have a friend of ours, and a lot of people don't give him credit, and they like even say that he's a Watchtower operative, but he's not. And there's Warwick Pimo Bethelite. He was leaking videos to us, and I had even put one on 6 screens from him. And he got removed from Bethel and disfellowshipped because they found him. They found and he warned everybody and all the PMOs of how they're able to contact you and that you can't do anything from your own source, that you have to, if you have leaks of videos, you have to give it to an outside source and let them leak it. And he was explaining a lot what was going on. And I really do believe that there is that kind of war going on. I believe because you know what happens in the military, what happened in Vietnam, what happened in our current wars, Afghanistan, Iraq, a lot of soldiers saw some shit and they know the truth of what they were doing. They were killing civilians sometimes. They were doing shady deals, shady executions, and they have to deal and live with that. And they know their government's corrupt. And then the government turns around and hates them for it. They hate vets. They tell us to take care of the common citizens to take care of vets when they should, because they don't care about them. They don't like the vets because they, just like with the Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't like the ex-Jehovah's Witnesses because we know something. We've seen the other side, the so-called world, and it's different, you know. It's different, but it's the same. I wonder if Rick's back on. I see his camera's there, but I wonder if he wants to keep going or not. Or I put my camera off for a while to look at the comment section, so you don't have to see my hand over the camera. But it's been a great show tonight, and I appreciate everybody calling in. You too, hon. It's always good hearing from you. Let me look at let's see, in other cultures.
We really appreciate being able to call.
Oh, go ahead.
We really appreciate being able to call in, and we have a really good show. I also really like that you bring up the text and the hypocrisies of that. You know, that was also a really good clip. I would like that
cool.
one. I remember
the dancing for Jehovah clip.
Yeah, and we did a thing where they signed Bibles too.
Yeah, I know it. Isn't that crazy?
They did that.
I do apologize to my audience if I was like hard-headed of the Lloyd Evans issue. It's just it wasn't about him. Don't even give him. If you don't want him to have praise, don't even talk about it. If you didn't talk about him, you wouldn't have known except till the end where Rick didn't cut it close enough. But it's not easy to do all this live stream, and I don't have a computer, so that's why I asked Rick to do it. I do everything off my phone. But the main point I just wanted to bring out was just how they are idolized. I know my parents, and I know my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, her parents, my wife's Desiree's parents. They all idolize these men. I don't know. I guess I did in a way too when I was in. I used to like Anthony Morris because I knew him, but then when I figure out who he really was and woke up, I'm like, I hate this guy. And he was mean to me in Pioneer School. He was mean to a lot of people. He's a very rough, hard-headed man, very arrogant and egotistical. Oh, and Debbie Moore says, "Great show, Eric. Thank you for your time and effort in putting in your show together. I love you. I love you so much, Debbie, and thank you for the Christmas card. She's so sweet like that. She's my mama, my adopted mama."
Yep, I want to get.
You know what? It really does. It really does feel good. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying I do want to get together with Debbie too because I do feel like we have a lot in common. And I did try a little bit on there, but right now when I call, I have to get off the chat.
Oh, you're fine. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I sometimes I talk over people. I apologize.
Okay, I do it too accidentally. So I think it's hard with our phones. You know, it makes you like there's a lag or something. But I didn't mean to like take over the call. Sorry about that. But I get super nervous to call in, but then sometimes I'll do it and then I accidentally talk too much. But anyway,
yeah,
I've done it
I
on
feel
a
you.
flip, and so I've enjoyed it.
I wonder if I'm still on right now. It looked like I was kicked off, but I think it restored itself. Can anyone? Yeah, there's still comments coming in, so I'm still on. This was my first time on your show, and I really enjoyed it. Thanks, Eric. Remember when Tony Morris, he must have got cut off from the rest of his comment. Well, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate you, Hadesh. Tell Kim I would love to talk to her also from Debbie Moore.
I don't know where we could put like. You know it's called, and we've talked on the phone once or twice. Maybe I'll call if you don't mind, or leave a text or something, if that's okay, Eric. And then I could tell you, or if you would maybe pass her my phone number, if that's okay. I'll just tell you. Yeah,
sure.
That's me. Remember?
I got your number. I'll give it to Debbie.
That's me.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry?
Sounds good. I love connecting people too.
I'm nervous to put it on there.
Yeah, I have your number. I believe I do, Kim. So I'll give it to Debbie with your permission. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And I'm good. I do miss things. I see things later, so I have to say that as a disclaimer. I don't always see my texts or emails. Sometimes it'll be a while before I notice. I'm like, oh no, what do I do? It's too late.
Fair enough. I get overwhelmed with the phone too. I'm more of an in-person type of person, so I blow things off and procrastinate sometimes, but I usually always get back to people.
I try to, but then I think I saw it, and then I just miss it somehow, and then like somehow I didn't see it, and I do have a lot of emails that are like, I get so many and that it's hard to see them all, like too. That's another thing. So anyway, well, I hope you don't mind me talking too much, but thank you for that, Eric. It is a really good show, and
it's always a pleasure talking to you.
So thank you.
Thank you.
So
Kim.
I'll let you go and let you get someone else too.
All right, I might be shutting it down soon, but thank you so much for calling in. It's always good hearing from you, Kim.
Thank you.
Wow, what a great show we've had. If there's no one else willing to talk, I might shut it down. Is there anyone else on the phone line or even the comment section's kind of gone cold? I think we're all getting tired here. But all right, Rick, I think I'm going to shut it down and conclude with some thoughts, maybe if there's nobody else out there. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Brad, I love you. Debbie, I love you. Calvin, if you're listening too, I love you too. It's dinner time right here, Sunday night. That must be an Australian. So we had a good show. There was a lot to talk about. Even Rick covered the beard thing. It just seemed to keep going on and on because it's been a hot topic. I know that some people like David don't understand, but We understand. What's next? They have done so many things to control us. And you know what, y'all? I hope you have a great night. And I'm going to end it here. I don't know if Rick's out there, if he can hear me, but I'm just going to bail off of this. And I love you all, every single one of you. I'm forgetting people that called in, like Tim from Australia and Artsy Kim. Thank you for your comments. Everybody that I'm leaving out, I'm sorry. Damn it, I really just got on the phone, or literally just got on the phone. Sorry, Bob Roberts. I don't know, man. I'm running out of steam. And if there's nobody out there that really wants to talk, I can't just listen to myself forever. But I love you all, and you all have a good night. What time is it? It's 1:30 in the morning almost in my time. Shit. I mean, I guess I got one more topic to talk about, but that was saved for Dane and Angela, and I'd have to have Rick play a video. So I'm out of time here. It's 5:20 p.m. here. Sorry, Bob Roberts. Well, I love you all. I really am tired and just out of content. So you all have a great night. And man, we got a lot to talk about. Six Streams will be on tomorrow. Rick will do the. I'll tune in just personally. Me, I'll turn into his world news, and then Anne Marie's show. Those are my two favorites. I'm not really a Bible person. Sorry, everyone. I consider myself a Christian, but I can't. I've had a lifetime of reading the Bible. I'm done with it. Watchtower killed it for me. But yeah, I guess I'm out of steam here. I don't know. I could go on a little longer if somebody has any topic they want me to talk about, but I think I'm about done here. I love you all. Night, everybody. Thanks, Eric. Thanks from Hadash. Hey, if you said you were a new time listener, come on anytime. I'll give you the phone line the next time I do a show if you want to call in. South Australia from Steen One. Hello. Yeah. Well, love you all, and everyone have a damn good night. And yeah, I sound like Wally. You better have a good ass day. But have a good night, y'all. I love every single one of you. Thank you for supporting Rick's channel and for supporting me as well. We don't make money off of this. We just we feel good about exposing Watchtower, helping other people. I think that's the most important thing. We got to help other people. All right, everyone. Love you. Take care.
Anyone on here? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes?
I was just seeing if anyone else is on. I'm answering the questions for people on YouTube. They said the phone line's still open, so I'm going to leave and let them know the phone lines are still open.
I mean, I think Rick probably is sleeping. That's why he's
sleeping. He's got to do tomorrow's show. It should just probably be shut down. But have a good night, Grace, okay?
Good night.
Okay, take care.